奇跡のような出会いが僕らを導いたからそれぞれの定めを背にいざ行こう明日へ偽りだらけの世界君と僕巡り会えたのは真実一つずつ知るたびに芽生え出す確かな想い気づいたから覚悟決めていたはずだったのにね貫き通す叶わぬ恋でも僕らは戦い続けてゆく最後の最後まで固く強くつないだ手が離れないように世界の行方より唯一無二の恋心譲れないよそれこそが乙女の生きる道
Hello, and welcome back to Otome, and let's get started for today's read-through. I'm really excited.
論理的思考法の訓練方法ですか。はい。検索してみても、機関書籍の中には自己啓発を促すための書籍しかなく、学生が受け入れやすい内容のものがないので、少々困っています。それはそうでしょう。その手の書籍は、購入することで自己肯定感を上げるための装飾品のようなものですから。
You know, for a split second, I just remembered Sovereign.
著者の肥大した承認欲求をイコンとして祭り上げるカルトの聖書と言っても過言ではありません。ことさら成功を誇張した内容に影響され、読者がどんな愚行を犯したとしても一切責任は取らないという無責任さには軽蔑を通り越し嘲笑を禁じ得ません。どうしたのですか、シレイ。
I was taken aback by Shirei's sudden outburst of passion. I'd never seen Shirei show her feelings this openly before.
いえ、何でもありません。
何でもSure. Not noticing my gaze, Shirei cleared her throat.
何でもないようには思えませんでしたが、シレイはビジネス書に何か思い入れが？
Business. She totally into the business stuff. I have no idea, man. I don't know what Shirei's doing. I can see why it's slower. I don't know why the model loaded with less. Give me a split second. Okay. 64, 65. I'm just waiting for it to load. I don't know why my model forgot to fully load in the GPU. It's so weird. Sometimes it does that. Like I set it to use the maximum amount of GPU cores unless behind the scenes my VM changes its GPU from time to time, which would be weird. Why would it do that? Alright, 86%. I mean a good pause. I'm not pausing. I'm really just excited to read today. You know, I did a lot of chores. Started at 8 o'clock. I really wanted to start around 7 or even 6, but I had to cook a lot. Made some stir-fried cabbage, but I had too much cabbage, so I had to figure out what to do with the remaining cabbage. Oh well, another form of stir-fried cabbage again. All right, 8% to go. Why is it slowest? Why is it slowest at the last second? I wonder if we'll finish this VN by this week. I want to finish this VN soon, but I also want to take my time. And when I mean take my time, I wish there's a lot of things to read. Okay, we're good.
風紀浄化委員会に派遣された際、怪しまれないよう迅速に組織に馴染む必要があると思ったので、人に好かれる600の方法というビジネス書を参考に行動したところ、昭和さんという不名誉なあだ名をつけられてしまいました。
Showa-san? She's acting like a person from the Showa era? Unless there's a different meaning for Showa. I actually don't know. Showa-san. I don't know what it means, but the malice is unbelievably direct. Maybe it's something you have to know if you're an actual Japanese person. I don't know, man.
600もの選択肢の中からあなたが抜粋した方法で人間関係の構築に失敗したのですか？いいえ、実際に書籍の中で語られていたのはせいぜい10項目程度でした。
And the 590?
内容量が60分の1。詐欺ですか？あなたの気持ち次第で周囲の人に好かれるための選択肢は何倍にも増えていくでしょうという一文で結ばれていました。なるほど、詐欺ですね。
I never imagined someone like Shirei would go through something like this.
それで著者はどうしたんですか？学歴や経歴詐称の情報を SNS のリークアカウントに投げておきました。少し前に炎上して逃亡したようです。
Oh, okay, so they're from the current era. I thought she was reading like an ancient book.
直接手を下したわけではないのですね。はい。今は立場がありますので。
Even so, running away because of social media backlash suggests she was someone who crumbled at the slightest pressure. The dark side of business books is deep. I should be careful too.
しかし困りましたね。保護対象の教育のため資料が欲しかったのですが。保護対象の教育？あなたがやる必要はないと思いますが。
I explained the situation to Shirei, who looked dubious.
なるほど。マウンティングとは知能のほどが知れますね。人間も動物ですので、そのあたりは仕方がないかと。
I like how, despite they look the same, there's a lot of there's difference in their expressions. If you notice it, you can the differences, the subtle differences between these two. I like it. If you try to look at their lips, well, there's also like Miku is kind of slightly tilted to the left. Or, I mean, her right. Anyway, interesting. Humans aren't intelligent enough to respect each individual's existence. From our perspective, what they're doing is no different from animals fighting over territory. その対策のために保護対象の能力向上を図る必要がある。となると方法は限られますね。はい。あまり時間的猶予もないので、方法を吟味する時間も惜しいところです。取り急ぎ思いつく限りの方法を時間の限り試してみるつもりですが。そういうことなら、マザーから訓練用プログラムをダウンロードして、あなた自身が教鞭を振るうのが一番ではないかと。やはりそうなりますよね。効果測定も簡単ですし、私もそうするつもりでいました。ええ。私が今の段階で助言できることがあるとすれば、そんなところかと思います。わかりました。ありがとうございます。 In that case, let's cram all of the data, from elementary schoolers to business people, into the library. From there, we have no choice but to explore the best possible method.
ところで、そちらの活動はどうですか？どうというと、主にそちらとのいざこざの件でしょうか？はい、そうですね。相変わらず目の敵にされているようです。
Following the treasure trove report usually leads to the high chance of an encounter battle. We already passed the point of talking things out and had escalated to a rubber band gun war.
すみません。こちらももはや事務手続きでどうにかできるレベルではなくなっていまして、指示を無視して暴走しがちで、現場のガス抜きも必要なレベルということですか。察しの通りです。まったくこういうところも無駄に血の気が多くて、野生動物の相手をするのは大変です。
By the way, she's talking about like the purification committee.
一体過激化の原因は何だったのでしょうか。過剰な反発が強まっていることに対する反応ですね。結果、一部の隊員が個人感情を優先させているのです。過剰な反発というと、アノンでしょうか。
Anon? Like, Anon? What exactly do they mean by Anon? I know who Anon is.
そうですね。SNS 上に生息する正体不明の過激なアンチフェミニズム組織。実態は個々人の不平に過ぎず、組織と呼べるような代物ではありませんが。
Oh, it is that Anon.
そのアノンたちによるへりくつ煽りで、彼女らはものの見事に感情を爆発させているのです。
TLDR. They made them mauled online, and they're trying to reflect things in IRL. They live rent free. Oh well.
そう考えると、自由戦士活動に憎悪が向けられる現状というのもやむを得ないのかもしれませんね。はい。ネットの外、現実で実際に相対することが可能なのはあなた方自由戦士たちのみですから。
It's a nuisance, but the fight over freedom of expression is being exploited as an outlet for emotions. The problem is, for the Purification Committee, censorship isn't just a side issue, it's their founding principle. It's an extremely legitimate activity based on their own justice. Even if the higher-ups didn't want a riot, as long as it's based on the organization's justice, they can't stop the field operatives from running wild.
いえ、そもそも止めるつもりがあるのでしょうか。
What did the escalation of the Morality Committee lead in the simulation? It was a coup d'etat, orchestrated in collusion with the LFP, an upper-level organization, and it marked their victory over the conservative faction. Of course, there are numerous prerequisites to getting that far, and I can't imagine a coup against the current stable government gaining much public support.
そもそも保守派層に対する強烈な反抗意識が構成員に存在しなければ成立し得ない未来では。
Morale is important. Without it, nothing can even begin. If the upper echelons of LFP have begun moving towards the ultimate goal, then
こうなってくると、やはり私一人では手に余りますね。
figuring it would be the best to get his cooperation now. I explained the situation ahead of us to Shirei. Best to get her
ク
cooperation.
ーデターですか。かの者たちの夢である暴力による革命が叶うということですね。ええ、ですが私はそれを夢のままにしておきたいと思っています。その革命はマザーの意図するところではないということですか。おそらくは多数派国民の思想を尊重した消極的容認だったかと。確証があるわけではないのですか。はい、それによる混乱の結末を私は見ることができませんでしたので、それは回避するべきですね。 現状前提となる保守政権の動揺が見られませんので、差し迫った脅威というわけではありません。ですがコア支持層の醸造や武装戦力の育成等々、準備は着々と進められているものと思われます。そのレベルの計画となると、かなり強固な隠蔽工作が行われていると考えるのが普通でしょう。ならばこちら側の情報収集を強化します。現場の暴発があらぬ事態を招く危険もありますので、隊員の動向にも目を光らせておきましょう。助かります。こちら側はアノンに関する情報を集めておきます。いたずらに対立を煽られてはたまりませんので。
Imagine being baited by shitposts, man. To an actual coup d'etat. It's Shirei, who's at the core of the Purification Committee, is also keeping an eye out. We won't miss any signs of a major incident.
片桐結衣にも注意を払っておくべきでは。
Didn't you paying attention to Katagiri Yui too?
というと
What do you mean?
アンチフェミニストであるアノンの中核は当然の帰結ですが男性です。男性区からのヘイトワードは SNS 上でも強固に検閲されていますが、女性地区にいる片桐結衣ならそれが可能だと。いえ、彼にその心配はないと思います。
He was obsessed with a particular cult, but saying that now might be a little mean. Wait, what do you mean particular cult?
むしろ保護対象の周囲にいる女性陣にその手の者がいる可能性が高いと考えています。女性にもアノンは多く存在しますし、そういった思想の持ち主ならば LFP 当主の娘にどのような感情を持つか。ただのマウンティングというわけでもないということですか。ええ、全てがつながっているとまでは思いませんが。
What if there are those who desire conflict and division? Or perhaps even Anon is being used, in which case Himino Akari's role is being thrown right into the heart of the conservative base. I don't want to think about it that deeply. I just hope it's nothing more than a student squabble. The next day, I searched the Akasha Academy database for information on Anon, as Shirei mentioned, but predictably I didn't find anything concrete. The thing is, even if I wanted to investigate individual students' beliefs, all the Academy has are records of individual counseling sessions. He wasn't exactly declaring himself a racist in broad daylight, so it was only natural that he got away with it. She wasn't declaring herself a racist in broad daylight, so it was only natural she got away. Who are we talking about? Oh, maybe, okay, Anon. So they weren't, so it should be they or something like that. Anyway, right now, all I can analyze is messages sent from individual devices within the Academy. As expected, searching through the massive amount of encrypted data was too much. Today, we only managed to examine less than 10% of all the targets.
これは手こずりそうですね。
And then at night, I've been informed by Shirei about the night raid plan on the used bookstore, orchestrated by some Purification Committee members, and I was in the middle of trying to stop it. Okay, so this thing still continues.
よし、前進！列を乱すなよ！
火炎瓶もまだ残ってます。やっちゃいましょう。
This time, the Verification Committee attacked the used bookstore, equipped them with Molotov cocktails, just like in the simulation. Just like the simulations. Lately, it's mostly been rubber bullet gunfight between us, but things are escalating to the point where they're using any means necessary. They could have just let someone set fire to something right in front of them. So the T Club members each attacked. I forgot the Japanese word for T Club.
いいぞいいぞ！今のうちだ！ さっさと火を
Nobu.
つけろ
Okay.
了解
店ごと燃やっちまえば有害図書も焼却完了だ。政治がどうとか知るかバカ。
We were having a hard time against the Purification Committee forces equipped with riot shields.
しかし火炎瓶ですか。
In this age of advanced weaponry, it's a surprisingly primitive equipment, but its power shouldn't be underestimated. And the comment about politics and whatnot. It's not a word you'd use unless your actions are restricted for political reasons. It seems certain that there's someone within the Purification Committee close to its core stirring up minor conflicts with political motives. And separate from the stalemate in the battle, I had a problem in my hands.
そろそろでしょうか。
In the simulation, the battle was won as a result of Katagiri Yui's charge. It should be happening soon.
不安です。
I can't stop worrying about Katagiri Yui. Do we have enough bullets? Are you injured? Have you been hit by shrapnel? I kept glancing over at him whenever I can. It's hard to focus on analyzing the situation. On the contrary, Katagiri Yui's situation analysis is progressing abnormally
シミュレーションの時
smoothly.
はこんなことはなかったはずなのですが。
Simulations. Blaming everything on love is a bit of an exaggeration, but I guess this is one of those times. What a troublesome impulse.
援護射撃お願いします。
Okay, there he goes.
何を。
Eventually, he waited for the right moment and leaped out of formation. Even though I know it should work according to the simulation, I can't help but be incredibly anxious about whether it'll actually happen or not. One important thing that happened during this night is that Akari followed them and she shot from the roof, right? But at that moment, she was in love with she was in love with Yui. So the question is, will she still do the same or not? Because I have a feeling she won't. She won't show up. The matter of the Purification Committee has deviated quite a bit from the simulation. The situation is progressing as simulated so far, but there is no guarantee it'll continue this way.
せめて何があってもすぐにカバーできるようにしなくては。
突撃あるのみ。
Yes, our Totsugeki bro.
お姉ち
Ignoring everyone's surprise at his unexpected charge, Katagiri Yui closes the distance to the enemy.
バカな。こんな距離で撃たれたらただじゃ済まないぞ。
隊長、それは我々もです。
The Purification Committees couldn't hide their shock at the sudden arrival of the enemy. In terms of military training, they're about even. That's precisely why they couldn't handle such a desperate ploy, and the Purification Committee easily allowed Katagiri Yui to infiltrate their ranks.
貴様、死ぬかもしれんぞ。
その覚悟もないやつに。
If they allowed this much proximity, the enemy risked friendly fire, making it difficult to shoot recklessly. That leaves the enemy with only one option: close quarters combat. But now the riot shield that was supposed to protect them is getting in the way, and they can't move as much as they want. A truly magnificent disruption.
こいつ正気か。
If you dish your shield to deal with close quarter combat, it will just become an easy target. Katagiri Yui wouldn't miss that opening. Shot at point blank range, the Purification Committee members fell one after another. Naturally, the enemy formation was thrown into chaos. No one pays attention to me. Everyone gathered around Katagiri Yui, forming a circle.
今です。
無茶しやがって。あのバカには当てるなよ。
そう言われても。私たちそんなにうまくありませんわ。
It doesn't matter even if it's a miss. It would be best to instill in the enemy's mind that they're being targeted from both close and long range. That terror should be enough to crush their will to fight.
くそ、好き勝手しやがって。だが
But among them was one who waited calmly for their chance. Probably a captain level opponent. I take advantage of Katagiri Yui's opening and fire at close range.
しまった。
Katagiri Yui instinctively dodged, but he lost his balance completely. Okay, now here's the big big question. Will Akari shoot or not? And if not, it's because we already know why. This is also per the simulation, but still.
見ていられません。
これでも食らえ。
I forced myself to resist the urge to run and desperately tried to calm my thoughts.
大丈夫。ここまで全てシミュレーション通りなのですから。大丈夫。
Just a simulation. I just kept the gun aimed. The moment Katagiri Yui lost his balance and his head dropped, a single line of sight connected me to the acting captain.
今。
I aimed there and pulled the trigger.
なんで
The bullet struck the acting captain's vital point straight on. It would be fatal at close range, but there's distance here. It should only knock them unconscious with the impact.
行動終了。
Okay, so she's the one who replaced Akari. I mean, obviously this is Aura, so she's the one who's replacing Akari with those types of actions. So the corrective action still took place, though. Good, it went well. Whether they knew it or not, whether he knew it or not, they sensed my relief.
あ、
He sensed my relief.
あれ
Katagiri Yui staring at the acting captain as he slowly fell backward. A look of surprise on his face.
隊長がやられちゃった。撤収だ。逃げろ。
The equipment was thrown aside as the purification committee members fled like rabbits.
追撃は不要かと。
I stopped each of them who were aiming their guns at their back. If we end up arresting more people, it will become a pain to deal with. Capturing someone of a captain rank is more than enough of a haul for this time.
ああ、危なかった。
Katagiri Yui let out a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Rushed over to him and held out my hand.
片桐学生、無事ですか？あ、はい。大丈夫です。
Daijobu? I took his hand and held Katagiri Yui up, scanning him for injuries. There are some minor scratches, but it doesn't seem like there's anything seriously wrong.
本当に無茶ばっかりなさる方ですわね。すみません。で、とりあえずお店の方は無事に守れましたけど、この後はどうしますの？
気絶してる連中を拘束。保安隊が来たら引き渡す。縛り上げ方はわかるか？
すみません。それは習っておりませんわ。
結束バンドを使うんだ。手本を見せるから覚えておけ。
Watching everyone restrain the arrested people, I sent a transmission to Shere.
どうしましたか？上階委員との交戦を終了。扇動に関与しているとおぼしき人間を拘束しました。了解しました。該当人物はこちらで尋問します。よろしくお願いします。あと、保安隊への通報がいっていると思いますが、周辺の緊急通信および SNS の投稿は全てこちらにつないで処理しています。外部には一切漏れていませんのでご安心を。了解しました。ありがとうございます。回収部隊が5分でそちらに向かいます。それでは。
As expected at Shirei, information control and backdoor dealings are flawless. If they're picked up by the security force here, the purification committee will immediately take action and release them without even a chance for interrogation. Even though she's just a low-ranking officer, she's still acting as a captain. Interrogating her should reveal some of the connections behind this. If this leads to a better future, well, I guess we can lead that side of things to Shirei for now. All that's left is
到着の保安隊間もなく到着します。
After telling everyone that, I pretended to tidy up after the battle while quietly slipping away from the scene. To give a little warning to those who intrude on the battlefield. Oh, okay, so Akari still showed up, but she wasn't able to do the shot. Most of the stalls were covered up, and in the dark market where the lights were off, a small shadow was running. The shadow glanced several times to make sure no one was following before slowing down and stopping. The small figure kneeling there, catching her breath, is none other than the intruder I've been waiting for.
こんばんは。
Blocking their way as I emerged from the alley, the shadow let out a scream of surprise. I guess she didn't expect anyone to be here in this darkness. I feel bad for surprising you, even more because I'm usually so unnoticeable, but anyway.
夜の散歩ですか、姫の学生。
I call out to the small figure, Shadow, the identity of the sniper who's been observing the battle through their scope from behind me all along.
ミク先輩、どうして？
You know what? It's actually good that she still showed up. So she's still at least building some sort of camaraderie with the members of the squad. So you know, because I was thinking that she's much more motivated because of Yui, but if she still shows up here, I think it's more because of the squad. So I like that. You know, I like that. It doesn't have to be Yui. It's written all over her face that she didn't expect to be anticipated. She must have been planning to rush back before we return.
ええ、私もちょっと散歩に出ておりまして。偶然ですね。
Just walking with a gun.
そうでしたか。
Just walking with a gun. Himina Akari forced a strained smile as she desperately tried to hide the rifle case behind her back. But overcome by her agitation, she dropped it all over the case.
落ちましたよ。
I picked up the case instead of Himina Akari, who had frozen in place. It was a musical instrument I recognized. It was something that the Sadobu had gotten from the Wind Assemble Club, used as a disguise for carrying firearms.
これは学園の備品ではないですか？
これは
She's desperately trying to think of an excuse, is she? But there's no reasonable explanation for why she'd take supplies without permission and come to the market in the middle of the night. Even Himino Akari seems to realize that this situation is hopeless as tears slowly welled up into her eyes. Honestly, you could have just said you came to help us.
不器用ですね、本当に。
But I can't exactly talk, can I? Claiming to be a spy is really unusual in my case.
姫の学生は音楽の趣味があったのですね。
Ah, letting her slide.
確かに寮で練習をされては安眠妨害だと苦情が絶えないでしょう。外に出るのもやむを得ません。
Himina Akari stared blankly, at a loss for words.
今度私たちにもあなたの演奏を聴かせてください。
は
楽しみにしています。
どうしよう。
Unfortunately, it seems she has no talent for playing instruments.
今日のところは屋外練習の件は黙っていてあげます。ただし今日のところはです。
はい、もちろんでしゅ。
では他の者に見つかる前に寮に戻って布団に潜るように。
了解です。それではお先に失礼いたす。
She forcefully added a suffix to her speech. And Himino Akari ran away as if fleeing for something. Why is the translation like that? Unless they deliberately did that. I don't know. Maybe they're... You know what? I don't know, man. Watching her back as she walked away, I regretted not emphasizing my point more strongly. Fortunately, this time the battle ended as simulated, but events related to the Purification Committee deviated from the simulation in many ways. I wanted to stop Akari from participating in the guerrilla operation, considering the possibility that she might end up isolated in the enemy's midst in the unpredictable circumstances. Remember, in the during the mission where the Purification Committee members brought some live ammo and like an actual rocket RPGs, you know, Akari almost got shot. I mean, they were shooting at Akari, you know. She could have straight up died there, and you know, it would have fucked the entire thing, you know.
言い方を間違えると部外者が茶道部の活動に参加するなと言っているように思われてしまうかもしれませんね。
If she ends up isolated from us instead of being in the enemy territory, it's all backwards.
今はこのくらいで様子を見ておきましょう。
If you come again, we can talk about it then. I turned on my heel and raced back to where everyone was probably still preparing to leave. Accomplice, episode 3. The next morning.
お掃除完了です。
お疲れ様でした。私もこのゴミをまとめたら終わります。
I was cleaning up after last night with Unit 7. After returning from the battlefield, we held a small victory celebration in this club room. Even though it's just a nominal victory celebration, more like a small light gathering, we talk about nothing important until late at night, laughing together. How much longer will I be able to spend time like this? At least I hope we can get useful information from the Captain Grade officer we captured. And that'll give us a clearer picture of how to proceed with the modifications.
匂いセンサーに微弱な感知あり。換気を推奨します。
Odor sensor. I snapped back to reality at number 7's voice. If I'm like this, I'll end up causing everyone more worried than they need to be. I shook my head lightly and tied the garbage bag shut tightly and stood up.
では空気清浄モードで脱臭をお願いします。
完了まで最短25分を予定。実行してよろしいですか？
はい、お願いします。
Unit 7 switch to air purification mode. I like how the automaton has the ability to do that too. They're so convenient. I wish I had something. I wish I had something like that. You know, just fixing my apartment right now, cooking for me, fixing my stuff. You know, while I read this VN. Oh well. Once I was sure everything was working properly, I grabbed a bag of sorted trash and headed for the disposal area. On my way back to my room, I got a message from Shirei. When I opened it, it was a report on the interrogation results. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Unfortunately, it seems we only got information that reinforces what we already knew. Nothing new at all.
隊長格でもその程度でしたか。
It seems I won't be able to get any useful information unless I'm a higher ranked member. But people like that rarely show themselves. It's safe to say it'll be nearly impossible to capture them as prisoners. That means I had no choice but to rely on Shide inside. It's rare to see a personal message from Shide at the end of the sentence. It said, I obtained useful information internally, but there's so much of it that I need help organizing. I need to continue investigating inside the academy myself.
むしろこれも2人で片付けた方が早いかもしれませんね。
Now that it's decided, I'd like to get right on it, but it's almost time to wake up. There's no way I can start working now. Including the time for various checks, a lunch break would be appropriate. I replied to Shay that I'll help out during my free time, then rushed out to the disposal site.
恋バナをしましょ
It was lunch with Katagiri Yaika suddenly announced something.
やだよ、突然何なのさ。
ねえ、せっかくみんなでご飯してるんだからさ、年頃の女の子らしく上がる話しようよ。せっかくって何を偶然みたいに言ってるのかしらこの子。あなたが修練も早々に皆さんをかき集めて強引に連れてきたんじゃありませんの。
まさか上級生の教室行ってミク先輩まで連れてくるなんて。改めて妹がすみません。
いえ、まあそれは構いませんが。
I really wanted to help Shirei, so I initially refused.
ミク先輩は優しいから嘘泣きしたら来てくれると思った。あなた八重香ちゃん、嘘は良くないよ。
I get a strange sense of conviction from Himeno Akari's words. Maybe it's because of what happened last night.
とにかく恋話よ、恋バナ。ねえねえ、恋バナって何ですの？
Koibana.
それって何かのゲーム？ちょっとちょっと、この人たちマジで言ってる恋の話、略して恋バナ。はあ、恋愛を話題に盛り上がりたいということですの？急に何なの本当に。だって女子学生は昼休みになったらランチのお供に恋バナするんじゃないの？小学園ってそんな感じのキラキラした毎日なんじゃないの？僕昔の漫画で見たし。あなたここ軍隊ですわよ。それにね、恋バナだと恋の話じゃなくて恋の話になっちゃわない？
Oh, that's a pun, but like, I'm not too familiar with it.
そういう細かいことはどうでもよくて。やだしたい、恋バナしたい。ねえ、恋バナしようよ、恋バナ。
ああ、もうここ家じゃないんだから、そんなにダダこねたらダメだってば。
いやだ、するんだ、恋バナするんだ。片桐ゆい、あなたいつもこれの相手してましたのね。心から同情しますわ。
ああ、うん、ありがとうでいいのかわからないけど。
しかしその話題で盛り上がるほど皆さん恋愛の経験はあるのですか？
I'll be very grateful if I could hear everyone's love stories. They seem like they'd be quite enlightening for me.
そんなのありますわよ。
Oh, okay. Let's hear it.
ないなこれ。
Apparently love isn't just lying around everywhere like that.
姫の学生はどうですか？
Speaking of which, I turned to Himeno Akari and asked her. This is a good opportunity to see how far Himeno Akari and Katagiri Yui's relationship has progressed, taking advantage of the current situation.
私ですか？
ええ。好きな人などはいるのですか？
今のところそういう人はいないですね。
Mika's gonna like that.
そうなのですか。
I was surprised that there wasn't any reaction to this question. In the simulation, it seemed like Himeno Akari was more actively pursuing Katagiri Yui. Could it be some alteration affected how she felt about Katagiri Yui? If you understood that the huge ass turning point for that was the saving, being saved by the automaton and shooting incident. But since you're the one who took that, you know, the opportunity was lost.
片桐学生はどうですか？
A silly voice rises up.
私ですか？
He's clearly flustered. Did I ask something so weird?
何その反応。
怪しいですわ。
怪しい。
もしかしてゆいちゃん好きな人いるの？
どうかな。
He cleared his throat and straightened up. But there's no way you'll be fooled by something like that. This is the textbook case of I'm here reaction.
いるわこれ。誰？
Oh, she's here. Okay. I get it.
いやそういうのじゃなくて、
隠そうとしても無駄ですわよ。ねえ、ミク先輩も気になりますよね。
He let out a surprised gasp and looked at me. Okay. So he's developing feelings for Miku now. It looked like a hint of fear was flickering in his eyes. I already told him how I feel. Given that reaction, maybe he doesn't want me to know about it. The moment I thought that, a pain like being stabbed in the chest ran through me.
ですね。
Maybe that's why, inside me, the desire to know and the fear of knowing are clashing. What if it were me? What if it wasn't me? The conclusion I...
いえ、無理に聞き出すようなことはやめましょう。
For now, I decided to put it on hold as a passive conclusion of not asking about it right away.
そうですよね。やっぱりこういうのは遊び半分で聞いちゃダメですよね。ま、今日はこのくらいで勘弁してやるか。
Sensing my mood, Himeno Akari and Katagiri Yaika both stopped their pursuit.
次もこうなるとは思わないことだな、お兄ちゃんよ。
Wait. Did she just say...
次もこうなるとは思わないことだな、お兄ちゃんよ。
Oh, she's whispering to Yui. Because she should have said Oni-chan. I was like, wait, what?
八重香ちゃん、発言が完全に悪役だよ。
しかも序盤であっけなくやられるやつですわ。
Ane-chan. Ane? Or was it Oni? But I don't know.
片桐八重香は四天王の中でも最弱。
The darkening atmosphere restored by Katagiri Yaika's cheerful demeanor. But the thorn stuck in my heart still kept throbbing with a dull ache. I glanced at Katagiri Yui. He was smiling with an ambiguous expression too. I could have found the true meaning behind that profile, and it felt like another thorn was pierced my heart just a little deeper. After afternoon training in a shower,
ミク先輩
on my way back to my room, Katagiri Yaika called out to me. It didn't feel like a chance encounter. Rather, her expression gave off an almost hostile vibe. What was going on? But there could only be one reason for her to look like this.
少しだけお話良いでしょうか。
構いません。場所を変えましょうか。
I could hear other students' voices behind me. They must have just finished showering too. Katagiri Yaika nodded slightly at my suggestion. Yo, special CG. Just for this whole encounter. I like how Yaika looks here. You know, her CG version looks better than her sprite version. I don't know, man. I don't like her sprite version. Anyway. Class was over, and Katagiri Yaika and I were facing each other in the empty classroom. It feels like a duel was about to start, but in reality, Katagiri Yaika's heart probably mirrors that sentiment. Considering that Katagiri Yaika seems to be choosing her words carefully, no, it's not that she's choosing, but rather she's struggling to decide what to cut out. So I decided to bring up her reason for contacting me
お
first.
話というのは、あなたのお兄様についてのことでよかったでしょうか。
She straight up says the word Onisa.
はい。本当に知っているんですね。
Oh, okay. With a stern expression, Katagiri Yaika nods.
その件については本人から伺いました。
それでどうするつもりなんですか。
どうするとは。
I was a little thrown by the sudden question. I thought I gave Katagiri Yui a satisfactory explanation, though not everything, of course.
ごまかさないでください。兄を、僕のお兄ちゃんをどうするつもりなんですか。
Wow, she's going hard to protect her Oni-chan, man. She really loves her Oni-chan, man.
いえ、それはご本人にも伝えた通り、どうするつもりもありません。
そんな都合のいい話あるわけないじゃないですか。よくて追放、悪ければ死刑ですよ。こんなの。
そうでしょうね。
So, Katagiri Yaika noticed that I didn't tell her everything with her keen observational skills. Wait, Yaika? So, you come to ask about my true intentions, I
秘
suppose.
密を黙っている理由は先輩にはないはずです。
ええ、そうですね。
I have a goal, but to gain your trust by telling you about it, I need to do some verification first. For now, the confirmation process is half-locked. If I fail, my proposition will be in a serious jeopardy. No, even if I succeed, the suspicious looks directed at me won't disappear. They'll only increase. If I can prove that the events I predicted weren't orchestrated by myself, a true confirmation will be difficult. This will be proof of his demonic nature. What? No matter how he struggles, the cycle of suspicion will begin. Demonic nature is. I'm pretty sure this is a mistranslation, but like I can't tell what's supposed to be. In any case, this fact is bound to be a source of conflict. No matter which way it goes, it can't be spoken lightly about.
私は
But I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss for words. Katagiri Yaika probably interpreted the hesitation as meaning there was something I wasn't telling her. Man, she really got angry. We rarely see her seriously angry.
やっぱり先輩、お兄ちゃんに気があるような嘘をついて最初から利用するつもりだったんですね。
Planned to use him from the start. Her expression grew even stiffer, and slowly began to seep into her tone. This isn't good, as it is. I had to somehow clear up the
嘘
suspicion.
ではありません。確かにどんな命令でも聞いていただけるとの契約ですが、それは私の本意ではありません。
I have a contract. It's true that I have a contract for him to obey any order I give him. Okay, but that's not what I truly want.
私と彼は対話をもって和解していますし、私の目的に対して協力をお願いしたに過ぎません。
そんなのお願いだなんて言えません。それはもう脅迫じゃないですか。
いえ、脅迫などではなく、本当にただお願いをしただけで。
先輩がそうであっても僕たち家族にとってはただの脅迫なんです。
Katagiri Aika raised her voice as if she couldn't hold back anymore. I was reminded once again how heavy his secret must be for the Katagiri family. Still, she's a sharp woman. Yeah, she's for the most. Yeah, this is one of those scenes that we actually see her true self, man. Like, you know. It seems like you're acting on emotion, but there's a clear logic underlying it all. If I could resolve the power dynamics logic in the same way as Katagiri Yui, there was a high possibility of getting her to agree. And Katagiri Yui should have understood that too.
ゆいさんは言わなかったのですね。
Even when his Imoto was involved, he wouldn't reveal my secret to appease her. Oh, so he's at the very least he still kept that. But so my guess is she still told Yaika about being found out, right? But still he still withheld the information about Miku. Okay. I don't know. That or like Yaika was able to figure it out. I don't know, man.
言わなかったって何をですか。
What do you mean he didn't say?
彼に話した私の秘密です。
I knew it might be inappropriate given the circumstances, but I was happy to have confirmed his sincerity and trustworthiness. The fact that he didn't reveal my secret, it was proof that I'm truly trusted. I can't believe earning this trust feels so good. I had to hold back from getting too excited as I continued.
ええ、彼の秘密があなたたち家族の致命的な弱みであることはきちんと認識しています。ですから私は交換条件として自分の秘密を彼に伝えました。
ミク先輩の秘密。
それは彼の抱える秘密と十分に釣り合いが取れるレベルの重要機密です。お互いに秘密を知ることで私たちは関係性の均衡を保っています。
それが嘘じゃないという証拠はあるんですか。嘘を教えて安心させておいて後で裏切るとか、そういうことだってできますよね。
もちろんです。そしてそれを私自身が証明することは残念ながらできません。
だったら嘘だってつき放題じゃないですか。そんなの信じるなんてどうかしてます。
Obviously, Yaika will have a hard time trying to accept that shit, you know. Because, you know, that was her conclusion. Based on her judgment of my humanity and nature. Question mark. Oh my god. The struggle for like figuring out the context is I'm having a hard time figuring who's who it's talking about. So to gain Katagiri Yaika's trust, I had to encourage her to make her own decisions naturally. What do I need to do that? I have absolutely no idea right now.
少なくとも彼は私を信じてくれました。私はその信頼に応えたいと思っています。 しかしあなたがそう簡単には信じられないという気持ちも理解できます。
だったら
I stopped her words with my mouth. Words that would have continued to demand I prove the truth. That's right. No matter how much I worry, there's only one choice. All I could do is entrust my fate to him, just like last time, and earn his trust.
信じられないというあなたを納得させるだけの根拠のある言葉は残念ながら私の中にありません。私にできることは誠意を見せることだけです。そしてこの状況における誠意とは同じ重さのものを差し出すことだと考えます。目前の危機を脱するならば私の存在そのものを排除するのが一番良いはずです。ですので
I said that and pointed to the jacket wrapped around her waist.
それで私を撃ってもらって構いません。
Wow. So that is a gamble. That is a gamble. She straight up said, "All right, I'll let you kill me." Her expression stiffened. If she came to condemn me, there's no way she'd come unarmed. Seeing her gym clothes bulge unnaturally made it obvious at a glance.
なんで分かったんですか？
あなたたち兄弟は揃ってやることが極端で過激です。
まさかお兄ちゃんも似たようなことを。
ええ、短時間ですが本気の殺意を感じましたよ。
そうですか。
Well, in Akari's route, he was able to talk to Yaika and be like, I don't want to do this, but I have to kill Akari. But of course, you know, a lot of things happen. Katagiri Yaika sighed heavily, looking exasperated.
なのに結局お兄ちゃんはミク先輩を信じたんですね。
はい。信じていただけたのは今でも幸運だったと思っています。
Recall that he believed me then.
幸運か。
Katagiri Yaika nodded once at that.
やめ
All right. She won her speech check. Holy shit. Then letting out a sigh, or maybe it was more of a groan, she raised both hands.
片桐八重か降参です。
The sudden declaration of surrender made me gasp involuntarily.
信じてもらえるのですか？
はい、そこまでした上でお兄ちゃんが信じたならもうそれでいいです。
Okay, I think this is not well translated line because I straight up heard her say Unicha and something like that. It's more like, yeah, something about, I don't know, man. We're struggling today. It was as if her earlier vehemence had been a lie. Katagiri Yaika's demeanor was completely back to normal.
そうですか。それなら安心しましたが、突然どうしたのでしょう。あなたの納得に足る理由を私は提示できたのでしょうか。
She thought about it for a moment.
お兄ちゃん、僕とお母さんのことをすごく大切に思ってくれているんです。ミク先輩よりも優先して考えてくれてるって、そのくらいの自信はあるんですよね。なのにそんなお兄ちゃんが信用するって決めたわけですし、だったら僕もお兄ちゃんの判断を信用するだけです。
Wow. She really loves her Uni-chan. She said that with a smile that looked like she was troubled. Because she believed it. Because he believed it, she believed it too. That's how simple it is. It might seem like a judgment based on dependence on others at first glance, but it's also a decision that can be made without a considerable level of trust between the parties involved. That means thanks to their brother-sister bond, they were saved. I was saved in this incident. Yeah, Jesus Christ, they're so close. They're really that close, man. They're really close. I mean, in the beginning of the story, you know, the whole when Yui was narrating their dynamics, and you know he was noticing that sometimes Sayaka would deliberately change the topic or like try to make a joke or you know just to appease him, and he noticed that like damn, their relationship is really strong, man. Their relationship is really strong.
素晴らしい兄弟愛というのでしょうか。
やだなあ、そんなんじゃないですよ。あ、そうだ。一つ聞いてもいいですか？
Honestly, I really like her CG version than her sprite version, man. Why is there like a power gap in how in the designs, man?
なんでしょう。
結局どこまでしちゃってるんですか？恋バナ的な意味で。
どこまでも何も彼に私の気持ちを伝えただけです。結果困惑させてしまったようですが。
ほうほう。告ったと。それは。ん？それだけ？
She's disappointed. Tilting her head curiously. Katagiri Aika muttered.
いやでもミク先輩にとっては大きな一歩ですね。てか困惑って返事はなかったんですか？
Oh, she didn't get that answer.
返事？
付き合おうとか僕も好きですみたいなのはなかったんですか？
はい、そういったことは全く。
それはあんまりでしょ。
Katagiri Aika raises her voice in the same aggressive tone as before. I wonder if it's something to get so angry about. Come to think of it, in those kinds of scenes and content, the confession and the reply always go together. There must be some kind of etiquette and romance, I suppose.
いくらなんでも告白に対して返事しないのはノーですよな。
いえ、状況が状況でしたし、命に関わるやり取りの後で恋愛の話はできないでしょう。そんなタイミングで話をした私の責任なので、彼を責めないであげてもらえませんか？
まあそう言われればそうかもですけど。
それにゆいさんにとっては家族以外の女性は事実上の敵でしょうから、困惑されるのも当然だろうとは思っています。私も自分の恋に何か答えが出ているわけではありませんので、今はただ気持ちを知ってもらえているだけで十分です。
Just knowing how I feel. Okay, this is correct. Jeez.
そうですか。
I'm overthinking. So sometimes the translations are good. Sometimes the translations are so shit.
でももし必要なら言ってくださいね。僕が責任を持ってお兄ちゃんどうにかしますから。
お手柔らかにお願いします。
I couldn't help but smile at how hard it was to tell which of you is the One-san. As long as it clears up Katagiri Aika's doubts, that's fine by me.
そろそろ部屋に帰りましょう。
If we don't come back for too long, Rin and everyone will worry needlessly. Thinking so, I urge Katagiri Aika on.
はい。一つお願いと言いますか。
何でしょう。
これどうしましょう。
Katagiri Aika reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It wasn't a gun, but rather a starting pistol used in track and field events. Oh, she was just trying to... okay.
銃ではなかったのですか？
まあ備品持ち出してバレると大騒ぎですし、さすがに本物持ってくるのはあれかなって。
Raw, she was trying to bluff her way. You tried to bluff someone who holds your brother's life in their hands, using something that isn't even a weapon, and then negotiate. That's the thing. I had to admit, I'm impressed by your ingenuity and audacity. Yeah, she tried to speech check her way out of this.
確かにこちらの方が露見した際のリスクは小さく済みますね。これは私が整備していたことにして返却しておきましょう。
ありがとうございます。
ですがこのような手段は相手が立ち向かってこない時だけにしてください。
She's got her brother's drive and courage, but Katakuri Yaika lacks experience. I should warn her off.
こういった交渉術は相手の反撃を受けない絶対的優位の立場以外では使用しないこと。いいですね。
With that, Katakuri Yaika responded with a salute.
肝に銘じます。
結構です。さあみんなが心配します。部屋に戻りましょう。
はい、先輩。
Wow. Okay, that was a good resolution. I urged Katakuri Yaika to leave the classroom. Watching Katakuri Yaika's back as she walked ahead, I let out a quiet sigh of relief at having safely climbed over one mountain.
あ、そうだミク先輩。
何ですか？
姉ちゃんですけど、多分ミク先輩のこと好きですよ。
Okay, yeah, we already know he likes her. It's so obvious from his reaction earlier. I was so surprised that I stopped dead in my tracks. Noticing that, Katakuri Yaika comes closer to me.
あくまでも多分ですけどね。
I fucking hate Yaika, man. Jesus.
確率は何%程度ありそうですか？
あの様子だと 85% くらいはありそうですよ。
That's good. 85%'s good.
そんなに？
I couldn't help but leave more.
うわ、ミク先輩が興奮してるとこ初めて見た。
失礼しました。
I got to cover it up, but Katakuri Yaika would probably see right through me.
クールビューティーも恋の前には型なしだにゃ。この子の
Even cool beauty is powerless before love.
茶化さないでください。それでゆいさんはどんな様子だったんでしょう？
そもそも僕が飛び出してきた原因がその話だったんですけど。
According to Katakuri Yaika, on the way back from flirting in the cafeteria, she lightly teased Katakuri Yui, who then confessed that I figured out. That's so stupid, bro. Jesus Christ. Yui, what the fuck? When she pressed him for an explanation, his answer was that he had been asked for a favor. In exchange for helping with it, he agreed to keep quiet. I knew that was a lie, and he shook off Katakuri Yui's restraint, bursting out of the room.
てな感じで今に至ります。
その言い方では私が足ざまに思われても仕方がありませんね。
そうですよね。全部お姉ちゃんの説明が悪いですよね。
Jesus Christ.
詳細を聞く前に飛び出してきたあなたも悪いですよ。
責任転嫁失敗。
Maybe someone else didn't work.
私が悪いという印象を受けるほどなのですから、彼女の表情は暗かったのではないですか？
いえ、なんか顔真っ赤になってわちゃわちゃしてたんで、こりゃやっ ったなと。
やったとは
Oh, she was observing both of them. They were, it sounds like just a simple verb, but for some reason it has this vague vulgarity to it.
なんと言えますか。女性的な魅力に籠絡されて騙されてるのかなと。
Oh.
なるほど。ハニートラップを疑ったのですね。
Honey trap.
そうそう、それです。
I can't exactly deny that there's some truth to it. At least I didn't try to deceive him. So Mari, even if I'm not a trap, it shouldn't be a lie. I hate that this has a different context if you don't know if you don't know the context of the scene. Anyway, a different connotation. I was thinking about that when Katakuri Yaika gave me a suspicious look. I shouldn't have any emotion showing in my face, so why is she so sharp?
そんなトラップは仕掛けていません。それは事実です。
トラップじゃなくて事故だったんですね。
はい。
I realized I couldn't afford to even have ass secrets from her anymore, so reluctantly not. Oh, I guess she was trying to find out how she found out. The truth is, it wasn't an accident at all. It was just my libido running wild, but there was no way I could let that slip out. Oh yeah. That is what happened. Anyway, at that point, she already knew, so she just randomly touched his dick. I'll just say it was an unfortunate accident and try to move past this topic.
それがお姉ちゃん的にクリティカルヒットだったのかもしれないですね。
Yeah.
そうなのでしょうか。
それのせいで思いっきりミク先輩を意識しちゃってるのは間違いないと思いますよ。
I'm pretty sure that's why he's totally conscious of Mikusenpai all the time. With that, Katakuri Aika clicked her heels together, stood at attention, and giving a crisp salute.
作戦を立案しました。発言してもよろしいでしょうか。
何か嫌な予感がしますが、発言を許可します。
Coming from Yaika's mouth.
ここは押すところです。押して押して押しまくればお姉ちゃんは落とせます。
I got distracted. I wanted to check my email. Anyway, let's continue. What do you mean you keep pushing?
そこで召喚が考案した作戦名プッシュ連打の実施を提案します。
プッシュ連打。
I wonder why. That's like
もういっそここで一思いにお姉ちゃんにとどめを刺してしまいましょう。
The word finishing move. That's quite a rough term to be using.
あなたは姉の味方ではないのですか？
基本的には味方であります。
なぜ疑問形なのかはあえて問いませんがですが彼女はあまり女性にいい印象を持っていません。あまり接近しすぎるのは心象も良くないと思います。
召喚も女性ですが平気であります。
それはあなたが家族で。
Seeing that much, I stopped thinking. Stopped speaking. Right. Katakuri Yui and Katakuri Yaika aren't blood-related siblings. Okay, and how am I supposed to interpret this? Them being blood-related is already like a lost cause. That's why I'm accepting that. Just kidding. We're gonna read Yasuganasora next time. Anyway. but he loves her as a sister, as family. I thought it was because they spent so much time together as siblings, but I shouldn't have stopped thinking they hair. Sumari, even if they're complete strangers, it's possible for them to stop being enemies, as long as they trust you with their hearts.
気づいたようですね。召喚もかつては警戒されておりました。ですが、強引に引っ張り回していたら慣れました。
But she got used to it after being dragged around so much. Oh, okay. So that's why she thinks the method for her Oni-chan is the spamming approach. Being forceful.
お姉ちゃんは推しに弱いのです。
No, that's not what she meant at all. I thought so at first, but maybe that's exactly what it is. I reconsidered. I'm confused by the translation. Katagiri Yaika had been a shy person. The relationship between Katagiri Yui and Katagiri Yaika wouldn't have been a solidly brother and sister like as it is now. Because she had a somewhat assertive and forceful personality, he probably accepted Katagiri Yaika's existence without question.
ここは一つ、ぜひとも召喚の作戦について実施許可を。
Sitting here like this won't change anything. If that's the case, it might be a good idea to take action and try to increase our chances, even just a little bit.
わかりました。詳細を教えてください。
よっしゃ、合点でさ。
I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling when Yaika said that. It wasn't a soldier supply anymore, but she seemed to be enjoying herself. Seeing Katagiri Yaika like that, I swallowed my tactless comments. Because you can tell that's so suspicious. Jesus, Yaika.
といったことがありました。次から次へと何かしらが起こりますね。姉様の体というのは。
That night, I was helping Sheree compile the material she'd been asking to summarize while reporting on today's events. By the way, what Sheree found out is that members of the LFP and the Morality Committee are secretly involved with a large number of shady NPOs. What is an NPO? NPO? What is an NPO? Is that an actual term? Nani sare? Acronym. Non-profit organization. Okay. How come I didn't think of that? Because this is the first time I've heard of them being abbreviated as NPO. Like, oh, Dear Buna is doing another translation of another VN. Which VN is this? Anyway, I got distracted. So many people spamming bird castles in my timeline for some reason. Anyway, changing their names made searches simple searches ineffective. So now I'm examining the members of numerous MPOs and trying to match them with the bone data of party members and purification committee members.
現状、すでにシミュレーションからは逸脱している状態なので、突発的な事象に対する迅速な対応が課題です。
I think instead of bone members, it meant to say core members. I don't know why I said bone members. Like, I don't know why I translated that.
しかし、対応といっても発生する事象が予測できないのなら限界があると思いますが。そうですね。ですので、分岐の数を増やすというより、反応速度を上げたいところです。 それだとリソースの配分でどうにかなる問題ではないですね。ライブラリと行動のリレーションを大雑把にするか、それとも頻度の高い行動をパッケージングして全体的なリクエスト数を減らすか。
Since it's a repetitive task across referencing, we allocated some resources to that and are having a trivial chat here.
そういえば姉様、最近ガイア勢力圏内で密漁者が増えているのはご存知ですか？密漁？それはガイアの警備ロボットもいるでしょうし、かなり危険な行為ではないですか？それだけの危険を冒す価値があるということでしょう。天然の肉や毛皮は闇市場ではかなりの高額で取引がされているようですので。
Remember when Gaia sent some paratroopers in the fucking that incident where they sent some paratroopers? Yeah, that directly followed after like the whole conversation about the purification committee members like trying to request for some fur and stuff like that, and even one of the goblins. So okay. I wonder if they're gonna avert that situation, but I think it's still going to happen because they're discussing right now that there's an increase of poachers, but like I doubt they'd be able to make it in time to just force them to decrease that.
当人が警備ロボットに処理されるだけならまだしも、ガイア本体を刺激しないかが心配です。密漁者というのは国防軍の男性兵士たちが。無論です。治安の悪い部隊では野放しに近い状態のようで、男性にはやはり狩猟本能のようなものがあるのでしょうか。どうでしょう。私たちも直接その人となりを知る男性など極めて少数ですから。
As I respond, I recall that incident in the simulation where a single bull utterly shattered everyday life. That incident, which claimed many lies, involved Gaia directly sending troops to the capital. In the end, the fundamental reason why Gaia went that far remained unknown. Yeah, the best they did was like they did a lot of speculation because of what places got destroyed and all. And of course, as the audience, we saw like the incident before what happened. Before that whole thing started was that some purification committee members were talking about like having poachers, you know. So for me, right then and there, it kind of clicked for me when they started speculating. Was like, oh yeah, this whole situation was because Gaia responded to the poachers. Not necessarily poachers, but I think Gaia responded to. It was aware what was the source of demand for the poachers, so it decided to hit on where the demand comes from instead of attacking the poachers. Anyway, if those poachers are still constantly provoking Gaia even now, even though it's outside our jurisdiction, is it something we can just leave alone?
実はもう一つ問題がありまして、密漁された品は主に女性地区の闇市場に流されるのですが、その取引に調査中の NPO 団体が関わっているのです。それは男性嫌悪のフェミニスト勢力が男性と協力して密漁品の流通ルートを作っていると、にわかには信じがたいことですが。
I mean, after all, as long as they get what they want, and after all they're doing is they're sending AI generated photos of them, some AI generated photo, you know.
「現状確実につかめているのは、自然商品市場主義団体の NPO がかなりの収益を上げているということですね。無論 LFP との関与が疑われている団体です。
Natural product supremacism is the belief that rejects and calls for the eradication of civilization's achievements like pesticides, chemical fertilizers, GMOs, flavor enhancers, and plastic. Oh, it's one of those. It's a cult ideology boasting a history dating back to the last century. Oh yeah. Illegally obtained natural resources, of course, would be highly valued. Since this ideology spreads easily among the wealthy, it's easy to predict that creating a distribution network would be incredibly profitable.
なるほど。資金集めですか。資金の大半は複雑なマネーロンダリングを経た末に別の関連 NPO へ流れていると思われます。どの団体も会計処理が雑でかえって証拠はつかみづらいのですが、クーデターの前準備と見て間違いないかと思います。全てがつながっているとまでは思いたくありませんが。
Earning money while provoking Gaia to create chaos that leads to distrust in the government, then pin the blame on them. If they're aiming for everything, it's a ruthless scheme that makes you question the humanity of whoever came up with it. By the way, the whole discussion about the money laundering just to fund the coup d'etat and all that stuff, I suddenly remembered that in some countries in the world, you know, the ones that are economically poor, you know, when there are situations when children of rich folks get kidnapped and they demand ransom, it's usually those kidnapper groups are actually affiliated with some political parties, and they just like do that shit so they could have funding when campaign rolls around. They don't do that. They don't do that in much more richer countries because, you know, they have much more interesting ways to get money. But like in much more economically poor countries, you know, that's what they do. They just try to kidnap rich people, try to make them cuff out money, and so they could use it for like campaigns or whatever the fuck. Anyway.
情報提供感謝します。末端を潰しても意味があるかどうかは分かりませんが、手は打っておこうと思います。と言うと思ったので、その団体と密漁者の間にある資金の流れをマスコミ各社にリークしておきました。
As expected, さすがだな。Whether or not it actually gets reported, they'll at least go to the organization to confirm the content. That's more than enough as a deterrent.
おや？
Something seems to be off about our collaboration.
ヒットしましたか？どうやらそのようですね。確認します。
I opened a comparison tool that had stopped due to an alert and checked its contents. There was a photo of a person in a white coat and the matching results displayed.
これは。
What did she encounter? Episode 3. Accomplice. Re-episode. Kadage Yui screamed as soon as he woke up, his face completely red and frozen stiff.
どうかしたのかじゃありませんよ。何してるんですか。
見てわかりませんか？朝食の準備をしています。
Damn, man. Making breakfast like that. Wait a second. So their dorm room also has like a stove and all that because she's trying to cook. Oh. She's sort of doing like a naked apron, except she's still wearing her underwear.
ここにキッチンはありませんけど、なんでそんな格好なんですか？
Okay, that makes it worse. I thought there was like a kitchen because she was like wearing an apron and all that. I was like, even if you call it that kind of outfit, I'm just wearing an apron. It's just on top of my underwear.
お願いですから
ダメでしょうか。
ダメに決まってます。風邪ひいちゃいますよ。
そうですか。
Unfortunately, it seems I'm unpopular. Sure, there are tons of naked aprons out there, but sheer panty aprons are few and far between. Only by capturing the pinnacle of niche demand that sides alongside swimsuit aprons can you truly call yourself a love expert. What the fuck? I guess what she was trying to do. It was like, well, naked aprons is so popular, but you know what? I'm gonna try something different. The panty apron.
という片桐彩香のおすすめだったのですが、
八重か
Oh man, you really threw Yaika under the bus, really?
なんだ一体抜き打ち訓練か。
ミク先輩で遊ぶなって言ったでしょ。
待ってお姉ちゃん待って。
このままねじ切れろ。
Bro, that repeated set of characters really messed up my LLM. I'll use this time to take a break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. 'It's over, Yaika.
おいやめろ片桐。ダメだ、それ以上いけない。
I've been running Katagiri Yaika's push spam campaign for the past few days, but it hasn't yielded much success. At first, I could still see fresh reactions, but after Katagiri Yaika was revealed as the main culprit, she started getting. I really feel bad for Yaika.
やはり押しすぎるのもよくありませんね。
Too much is as bad as too little. Everything's better in moderation.
はい、どうぞ。
ありがとうございます。
Ah, still nervous, huh?
はいサンドイッチだ。
She's still being bullied even to this day.
ありがとうございます。
After breakfast, because the Katagiri sisters had been making a racket since morning, they were called out by the door supervisor during the morning assembly, and Himino Akari was dragged into it too, almost late for being sleepyheads, resulting in all of them missing breakfast. But I figured it was partly my fault too, and it wouldn't be fair to punish only the Hohai, so I had the automatons prepare some light snacks using leftovers. This is minor enough to be passed off as leftover food processing, so even if someone complains, I can cover it with my position.
授業が始まるまではまだ少し時間がありますから、ゆっくり食べてください。
I feel bad that Akari, no, only because Akari was like, she still suffers from not being able to sleep early, not getting up early. Yeah, that's one of the major differences in the routes. You could tell it's because Akari's still well, okay, this is still kind of early on ish in the route, or middle of like the same timeline in the previous route. So she hasn't had the incident where she got kidnapped, and that totally changed her perspective on things. But right now, you know, she's still undergoing, you know, she's still being bullied and all, but of course it's not being like discussed or whatever. I don't know. I feel like it's being brushed off. I don't know. Maybe they did it behind the scenes. I don't know. But if we use visual novel route girl logic, she's basically still getting bullied to this day, and has never and hasn't resolved her character conflict.
すみません。
いただきます。
いただきます。
Wait, it didn't even bother to translate itadakimasu. It's just straight up just like, I'm just gonna reply it. I'm just gonna reply the Japanese for itadakimasu, which is already redundant. What is my LLM doing? Watching the three of them eat in silence, I reflect on what we've accomplished these past few days. That wasn't the result of the push spamming operation. It was working together with Shirei. To put it simply, we uncovered the illegal flow of funds from the black market and a top secret plan by the Morale Committee to strengthen their armed forces. Officially presented as a recycling program aimed at efficient resource utilization, the resource they use in their simulations to exploit them. It was about the automaton that repaired the Gaia machine soldier in question. Okay. Like the poaching, that was skillfully disguised, but there are signs that they have been acquiring large amounts of robot scraps from the defense forces. It's safe to assume they are already past the research phase. Wait a second. So at one point, because we know that Shirei was the one who reprogrammed the AIs, right? I don't know. I don't know at one point where Shirei decides to, just fully help out the committee, the purification committee, because she'd help them out because it best serves their interest in the gender unification plan. But right now, it's like, I don't know if Shirei is doing something behind the scenes, like, she's acting in a manner that's like she's secretly doing something behind Miku, but I don't know. For now, I have no reason to believe that she's doing something like that, or at least nothing in the story. They haven't shown any line or like hint or like what looks like to be foreshadowing that she might be doing something else and helping out like the purification committee, because that's what she believes as the best approach for like the gender unification plan. But then again, I think she's really sold with the whole idea about like changing the simulation, because if Mother gave Miku like the simulation, and the simulation represents a failed state for them, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's continue for now. It was clearly a criminal act of preparing to overthrow the nation. The problem was that the research was being conducted under the post-communist approval and technical support of Mother. As Mother, she probably figures that if private capital can boost military strength, there's no overall reason for humanity to oppose it. But if it's a plan approved by Mother, we, being mere terminals of the system, can't just easily crush it.
積んでいると言っても過言ではないですね。
Preparations are already well underway, and the conspiracy is meticulously laid out. From a mere student's standpoint, even if I were to enlist Shirei's help, it seems unlikely it could easily stop the momentum toward a coup. It seemed I was about to face an extremely difficult opponent. Anyway, based on those results, Shirei and I decided to split up the work. I don't know why they keep chasing Shirei's name, Shiroya. Anyway, Shirei, do everything you can to sabotage them from within the Purification Committee. She's apparently planning to infiltrate the operation herself and try to manage things so that the brainwashed robots aren't used for emotional terrorism. Is this correct? Well, I guess she does end up doing that anyway, because at the end of Akari's route, she was the one who's controlling the robots until Miku overrode their permissions and all that shit. I don't know, man. As for me, preventing the internal classes security squad, the counter force to the purification committee, was added as my immediate voluntary mission. It's naive to think that the LFP and the purification committee are only strengthening their own forces without plotting anything against opposing factions. There's no doubt they're trying to sow discord, and part of that, Hime no Akari might have been sent in. That was our analysis based on the current situation. Actually, the push spam operation was also incorporated into this mission as part of it all. Of course, I don't deny there's a part of me that wants to fulfill my own personal desires. However, in these kinds of collective actions with a shared goal, strengthening the bonds among comrades can be expected to have some effect as a countermeasure against divisive tactics. Right now, it's just solidarity within our squad. But the reason I'm actively doing this is partly because of those motivations. When it comes to fostering unity among students, Hime no Akari is undoubtedly the key person. Her negative feelings towards her seem to be manifesting in harassment already. Allowing bullying to go unchecked can only worsen the morale within the academy, pushing things in the opposite direction of unity and cohesion. I also want to build a relationship where she won't feel isolated and can easily ask for help again.
ごちそうさまでした。
She still doesn't think it's okay to involve others in her own problems, so she hasn't taken any steps to ask for help. Okay, at least this gives me a clear idea of why she's still having a hard time waking up in the morning. So she's still, yeah, at this point she's being harassed. Of course, Yui will notice that because he's our guy, you know. He notices stuff. It seems Katagiri Yui has also noticed Hime no Akari is acting strange. Since I, the senpai, can't always be with Hime no Akari, I slowly asked him to keep an eye on her. Ideally, I wouldn't want to do anything that would bring Hime no Akari closer, but nominally as roommates, he's the most suitable candidate. This storm isn't the kind you can just endure and have it pass. If I stay silent, the storm will inevitably drag everyone around her into its destruction. I need to somehow make Hime no Akari understand that.
さあ、そろそろ時間です。食器を返却したら教室へ向かいましょう。
はーい、ごちそうさまでした。
あ、食器は私が持っていきます。
ごめんね。ありがとう。
Watching the soldiers back as they rose to their feet, each with different expressions, I cleared away the dishes and headed to my own battlefield. It's afternoon practice time. I was called over by Katagiri Yui during sniper training.
明かりなんですが、やっぱりあまり状況は良くないみたいです。
Apparently, there are people who deliberately spread rumors and laugh at others in the classroom where everyone can hear them. It seems they haven't reached the point of directly attacking her yet, but they're probably sizing up whether she'll counterattack. If I keep enduring in silence without showing any intention of... If she keeps enduring in silence without showing any intention of fighting back, they'll likely resort to even stronger measures.
八重香がそれとなく諌めてくれてはいるんですが、このままじゃ時間の問題かもしれません。
なるほど。
I glanced at Hime no Akari. She was in the middle of the prone position sniping practice. Katagiri Yaika, who's acting as a spotter, occasionally nods in agreement, but her accuracy is extremely low.
全然当たってませんね。
狙撃は姫の学生が最も得意なメニューのはずですが、今日は本当に ひどい成績です。
I couldn't concentrate for whatever reason. If it weren't any worse, Rin would usually go off on a rant about how taxpayers' money is being wasted, but
姫の学生、今日は調子が悪いな。少し休め。
yeah, she's aware. Something's going on. I already talked to Rin about it beforehand, so there's nothing like that today either.
はい、すみません。
Man, things are so bad.
まあまあ、そんな日もあるって。ごめんね、やいかちゃん。いいってことよ。
Katagiri Yaika cheerfully encourages Himena Akari as she leads her back from the shooting range. I don't know why the LLM is having some misspellings now. I made eye contact with Katagiri Yui and stopped talking to let him in.
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様です。今日はちょっとダメみたいですね。
ちょっとしたことで感覚が狂うことはよくあるから、あんまり気に病まない方がいいよ。
ありがとう、ゆいちゃん。
少し早いですが、今日は終わりましょうか。
Saying that and looking at Rin, she lightly raised one hand to show her agreement.
私とリンは後片付けをしてから戻ります。先に戻っていてください。
はい、お疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
Otsukaresama deshita. I guess I'm a Yaika type. Anyway, after seeing them off, I met up with Rin, who was collecting rivals.
ありゃ、だいぶ煮詰まってんな。
そうですね。しかし彼女自身がこちらに助けを求めない限り、迂闊に手出しもできないのが実情です。
ストレスは薬と一緒だ。多少なら強さを引き出すが、過ぎれば体も心も壊しちまう。
Ah, that is actually true. You need a little stress in your life, by the way. Not too much. Little.
ただでさえ軍事教練は彼女にとってストレスでしょう。性格的に向いていないのは明白です。
それでも歯を食いしばってるのはやはり目的があるからか。
Of course, we know the reason why. You know, she's trying hard to make her mom proud. Of course, we know how that works out. Her goal, she said it herself, is to kill all men. However, that goal, which could be called perverse, didn't come from her own hatred. She's just doing what her beloved mother told her to do.
人を呪わば穴二つですか。
A mother who drags her own daughter down the path for her own hatred, she deserves to be called a curse.
奇遇だな。私も同じこと考えてたよ。
Well, you know what? Her mother's reason was like, it's just, I mean, I can see why she went radicalized, man. I can see why she really, I still remember the reason. Like, when he told that to, like, Yui's just like, ah, shit. Why couldn't it be, like, some sort of reason I cannot comprehend or totally understand? He had a hard time. He couldn't even. He's having a hard time reconciling because it made sense why she went full blown kill all men. Jesus Christ, man.
だが一番クソったれなのは穴に落ちるのがてめえじゃなくて娘の方ってことさ。
彼女には私たちがいます。穴に落ちそうな時は手を掴んで引き上げましょう。
そうだな。
Rin nodded, her eyes dim and clouded with complex emotions, likely stemming from her past as a refugee who has tasted hardship. Especially Rin totally cool with dudes, man. I mean, dudes helped her evacuate, man. I remember that, man. She's so grateful for dudes. To some extent, I mean, to the extent that she felt like, okay, they ain't so bad, man. They helped me at one point in my life. But the next moment, there was total Rin as usual.
あいつはそのあたり不器用そうだから、私もできる限り目を光らせておくよ。
He's kind of considering that stuff, so I'll keep an eye as much as I can.
私も注視を続けます。
I think what she meant to say was like, okay, I'll also watch out too. Not I'll keep watching you too. It's like she'll also watch out for Rin. Akari. If possible, I'll want to change Rin's misfortune to Rin's misfortune? But unfortunately, that time has already passed. Unless I can somehow time leap, there's no way to save her. No. Even if I could turn back time, there's no way I'd know how to prevent what happened to her. All I have are the investigation reports. What exactly happened to Rin? All we know is that she had to evacuate, right? And then she mentioned, or just now, she mentioned that she faced hardship as a refugee.
私は決して万能などではありません。
Even if I reach out to places beyond my grasp, when all I can do is stand by and watch within arm's reach, the outcome is obvious. All I can do now is to avoid touching her wound lightly, which must still be throbbing with dull pain. That truth was frustrating, and the more I faced it head on, the more hopeless it seemed. After finishing the post-training cleanup and paperwork, I was having a slightly late dinner with Rin. It probably feels a little nostalgic because this time has become extremely limited since the new students arrived.
なんかこうやってお前と二人で飯食うのも久しぶりな気がするな。
Yeah, they've been busy working as senpais. I mean, these two are supposedly like great buddies. It looks like Rin was thinking the same thing.
そうですね。ここのところ慌ただしくしていましたから。
I placed my chopsticks down and clasped my hands lightly together. Recognizing that action, an automaton came to collect the dishes.
こちらお下げします。
Please hand it over.
はい。ごちそうさまでした。
お粗末様です。そちらもお下げしますか？
おお、なんだ一体。随分とサービスがいいな。
食後のコーヒーはいかがでしょう？
I like automatons like that, man. They're gonna bring you the food. Turning to Rin at the automaton's question, she gave a small nod.
では、2つお願いします。ホットで。
ホットで。
2つホットでよろしいですか？
ああ、構わない。
オーダーを受託しました。少々お待ちください。
I wish I have some sort of automaton that does stuff like that for me right now. the absolute state of my life. Because I spend time just reading visual novels instead of fixing my life. Just kidding. I fixed my life earlier, but I need to do more. But anyway, I watched the automaton leave, carrying 2 sets of finished dishes.
なんでいきなり士官様みたいな扱いを受けてるんだ。
高級将校向けの給仕もこなせるようアップデートをしてみました。
やっぱりお前の仕業か。いくら整備係になったからって毎度変な機能ばかり追加しすぎじゃないか？
変とは失礼な。より機能的にバージョンアップしているだけです。
学生相手にオートマタ殿があんな丁寧な対応をしてたら新入生どもが自分の立場をわきまえなくならないか？
By the way, try to remember that the reason they had the whole Lord automaton is because automatons are very expensive, man. So they're like, We don't want you to wasting. I don't want you to be wasting resources now.
裏切ってもいない AI への警戒感を助長するような教育方針は正直なところ賛成ではありません。
身近に触れ合えるような機会を増やしてオートマタの連中に対する親近感を植え付けたいと。
Ren's so insightful.
あくまで通常業務外の手すきの時間だけです。学生の自立心を損なうほどのサービスではありません。
まあお前のオートマタに対するこだわりは知っているしいいんだけどよ。しかしオートマタが働きすぎるとそのうち私たち人類のやることがなくなりそうじゃないか。
Very important lesson of this VN, by the way. Very important thing to worry about this VN. Like literally all their problems started because they over relied on AI and stuff.
労働力の競合を心配するのであればまずは有り余るほどの人口を用意するべきでは。
まあ違いない。結局のとこ現代に生き残った人類なんざ機械の力で生かされているに過ぎないからな。
The paradigm shift called master servant reversal has been underway for quite some time. Modern humanity depends on machines as they should be using to learn and improve is slowly declining. I mean, I'm already seeing that in nowadays, man. Some people can't even make decisions without their fucking AI LLM or whatever telling them what to do. That's precisely why Mother thinks about and decides on the future in place of humanity. From now on, Mother will become the protector of humanity, which has grown vulnerable. In that future, there's the way humanity should perish.
そのような人類のありようはやはり不満ですか？
Bro, I suddenly remembered fucking Death Stranding too. That's another fucking story with like AI deciding to act as a protector of humanity, but it does so in a way that undermines the human spirit. But they're like, but at least humanity gets to stay forever, right?
そりゃ誇り高き人間様としちゃな。
In case you didn't understand why Die Hardman had to dance, it's very important to the message. It wasn't Kojimbo just shitting on us, man. There's a thematic reason for him dancing like that. Anyway. I took the coffee that Automaton brought and offered one to Rin.
砂糖とミルクは使われますか？
私は結構です。
私もこれでいい。ありがとな。
どういたしまして。ごゆっくりどうぞ。
The automaton gracefully bowed and departed. I picked up the cup and took a sip. It was a little hot, but it was coffee as usual.
そういえば確認しておきたいことがあるんだった。
はい、何でしょうか。
Rin put down her cup and let her gaze wander aimlessly. Finally, as if she made up her mind, she looked me in the face and said,
お前ってそっちなのか？
そっちとは？
いや、
Oh, she was talking about like she was in love with Yui. She must have realized her expression was too abstract because Ren groaned as she searched for another word. I like this is the route where we got a lot more from Ren.
もうごまかしてもしょうがねえか。ミク、お前はガチの同性愛者なのか？一般的な友情の延長みたいなのじゃなくて。
He seems to have given up on curveballs and gone for the straight punch. I see. So that's why you're unusually hesitant, because it's about sexual preferences. If you've seen me hitting on Katagiri Yui with your own eyes, I guess it's only natural to think that.
リン、他人の思考に対して安易に言及するのはハラスメントに該当するかもしれませんよ。
I can't exactly say he's a man, but I hesitate to deny it either. I thought I was conveying my approval indirectly by lightly criticizing her, but...
ああ、そうだよな。すまん。
She decided to just drop the case. Rin, flustered by the unfamiliar topic, bowed her head slightly in apology. She just decided to drop the case. And she's like, yeah, I don't know how to continue this, man.
ただ、お前があんな顔をするのが本当に予想外だったというか、なんというか。
顔ですか。
ああ、片桐姉と話している時のお前は、なんつうかな。目玉がハートになってるっつうか。
That's cute.
そんなバカな。
Even now, seeing Katagiri Yui sometimes makes my chest ache, but I don't feel any pressure in my eyeballs.
もしも彼女が手を触れずに他人の眼球を湾曲させる特殊技能があるなら、アカシアではなく軍事 ESP 組織の訓練を受けた方が。
落ち着け、比喩表現だ。あと、我が国にそんな組織はない。
That's so random ass.
失礼しました。
でも、お前がそんなトンチンカンな反応するのも珍しい。やっぱ好きなんだな、本当に。
そうなのでしょうね。
また随分と人事みたいな言い方だな。
実のところ、自分でも実感がないのです。
If we're talking about like and dislike, then of course it's a like. But the truth is, I'm not sure if it's love or not. The definition of love itself is ambiguous, and the fact that I consider this to be love is just something Himina Akari and Katagiri Yaika told me.
そういうもんなのか？私にはそういう経験がないもんでよくわからんが。
ええ、私自身自分のことがこんなにわからなくなるとは思いもしませんでした。
You know, in a VM that tried to pad itself with a lot more heroin routes, I realized Rin could have been a route girl herself, considering there was that story about her escaping, her evacuating, and then it just remember that they implied that the boy that helped her evacuate was literally Yui. Too bad they didn't. It's like I don't know, man. It might have been a good thing if they had more. No, I guess the author just wanted to tell a story with Yui, with Akari and Miku, and I don't know what the hell happens in the third ending. Or maybe it's Rin. I don't know. But the author just straight up like, oh yeah, the person that helped evacuate Rin was actually Yui all this time. And Yui is like, oh yeah, I did that. No, he doesn't tell her that, but he kind of teased her about it. But he thought to himself, oh yeah, I did that one time. But you know, but that was like a gateway. You know, that's like an opportunity for Rin. You know, but they didn't do that. So you know, yeah. Anyway, let's go.
へえ。お前にも自分がわからなくなるなんてことがあるんだな。
Ever since I came back from the simulation, I haven't been able to figure myself out at all. And even my sense of self becomes blurred. I feel like I'm being toyed with on a scale between the known of knowing the future and the unknown of the alteration. And then, so it was love. There was no way I wouldn't be tossing around by it. I would be tossed
それほど
around by it.
感情に振り回されるということです。私はこの感情は害悪以外の何者でもないと思っていました。
過去形ってことは今は違うのか？
今は
I tilted my head at Rin's observation. What did I use the past tense? What? Let me roll back a little.
それほど感情に振り回されるということです。私はこの感情は害悪以外の何者でもないと思っていました。
過去形ってことは今は違うのか？
今は
Emotions that would run rampant without a countermeasure program are just a nuisance. Oh yeah, I remember that there was like when she tried to think a little bit more about Kategori Yui, she hits like a roadblock that for some reason part of her memories are kind of sealed. Well, remember in the previous route she actually did fall in love with him. I still think so, and I'm constantly struggling with how to deal with it every time. Even so, why?
そうか。
That's when I realized it. That I've been spending time with him over these past few days, not just as part of the operation, but also with other feelings. I spent time planning with Kategori Yaika on how to approach him next, what form I should take, and what words I should use. And then, that moment when he returned a smile, a bit troubled, but still accepting. I'm enjoying this moment, these moments of love. That's why I can't treat this feeling as just an annoyance, even though I recognize it as such. No, not just coldly, but rather...
そうですね。恋はそんなに悪いものじゃないと今はそう思っています。
Rin was staring at my face as if she found some kind of exotic animal.
おかしいでしょうか。
いや、すまん。恋愛ってのは人を変えるんだな。
Rin smiled as if she was strangely convinced.
私はそんなに変わっていますか？
そうだな。去年のお前とはまるで別人みたいだ。
そうですか。
I was aware that I was changing because of being given free will. That's a situation that could easily shake our very existence. But for some reason, I'm taking Rin's comment in a positive light.
だけど、私は今のお前の方がいいと思う。少なくとも今のお前をロボットみたいだというやつはそうはいないだろうな。
I really like this. Rin's expression. She really smiles so well. With those words, I found an answer. That's right. I'm literally becoming more human. Just a little while ago, I felt like getting closer to humans was a downgrade and something to be terrified of. Just being accepted as the person I am now makes my transformation feel a little more comfortable, even a little more proud.
そうなら良いのですが。
This transformation is surely a welcome change. Cut to think of it. I couldn't help but feel a little relieved that gaining free will wasn't all bad after all. Episode 3 accomplice. This is a really long episode. I felt like it's longer than episode 2 and 1 so far. Or maybe I have a bad sense of time. Anyway, a few nights later.
乾杯。
Just before bedtime, Katagiri Yaika suddenly barged in and asked for permission to hold a small party in our room. Spread out before me was a mountain of junk food, a huge pile of snacks, probably bought at the school store, and a colorful carbonated drink spilling over. Right now, offensive indulgence was about to begin, a ritual that girls often mockingly call a cult.
めでたいな。今日という日は国民の休日になってもいいくらいめでたいぞ。そんな大げさだよ。
Did she get good grades in the tests?
そんなことない。これはあかりちゃんの血のにじむ努力の成果なんだから。今日は敵も味方も銃を置いて姫のあかりの功績を称える日にするべきだよ。これは歴史に残すべき偉業だから。いくらなんでも言い過ぎだってば。
そうですわよ、片桐八重か。褒め殺しも立派なハラスメントですのよ。だいたいこの程度の成果でそこまでの偉業と称えられては、むしろ普段のひどさが際立つばかりじゃありませんの。調子に乗らないで、そのくらいでやめておくべきですわ。
いやだ。
こら八重か。まさか正論言ったのにそんな全力で拒否されるって思わなかったから、瑠璃子さん二の句が告げなくなっちゃったでしょ。すみません、うちの妹がすみません。
TPO 空気を読む？冗談じゃない。
What the hell is TPO? Is that some sort of made up word? What the fuck? TPO acronym. Japanese. Time, place, occasion. Okay. Time, place, occasion. Okay, got it. Okay. I mean, I've heard the term before, but it's the first time I've heard it abbreviated like this.
僕は祝いたいと思ったら本人が嫌がっても全力でお祝いしないと気が済まない。八重香ちゃん、それは本当にお祝いなの？
あなた、善意の押し売りって言葉ご存知？
押し売りでも売れたら正義じゃない？
資本主義の権限みたいな発言ですわね。
Everyone's so noisy and having fun, but I'm still not quite sure what's going on. It seemed like Himino Akari was celebrating something, but I hesitated to spoil the mood. So I quietly asked Katagiri Yui, who was sitting next to me.
ところで、これは何の会なのでしょうか？
あれ？誰も言ってなかったですか？
ええ、突然始まったもので。
すみません。理由も聞かずに許可してくださったので、てっきり。実は今日テストが返ってきたのですが、あかりが全教科赤点を脱出したんです。
Yep, I knew it.
なんと。
It's the exams. なんだ。I see that's definitely an achievement worth celebrating. It makes sense that Katagiri Yaika would be making a fuss about it.
おめでとうございます、姫の学生。
ありがとうございます。ミク先輩のおかげです。
いえ、私はきっかけに過ぎません。これはあなたの努力がつかんだ結果です。とはいえ、まだ上はあります。慢心して努力をやめてはいけませんよ。はい、
これからも頑張ります。
Seeing Himino Akari smile for the first time in a while, after only seeing her looking troubled lately, I felt relieved.
あかりちゃん、ミク先輩に教わってたの？うん、勉強の仕方とか考え方とか、あと資料とかも出してもらったりして。いいの、羨ましい。
後輩の指導も仕事のうちですから。素晴らしいですわ。部屋長の鏡ですわね。
はあ、 うちの部屋長ももうちょっとサービスしてくれればいいのにな。
そんなこと言ったらまた凛先輩に訓練メニュー増やされちゃうよ。
そっちのサービスは間に合ってます。
またってあなた、まさか通常より訓練メニューが多いんですの？
Jesus Christ, Yaika.
僕だけ 1.5 倍くらいになってるかな。
それで座学も私と変わらない成績？あなた密かに相当な努力してましたのね。
にゃ、努力とかは特にしてないけど。
That's fucking over for Rico, man.
八重香って昔から容量だけはいいから。
腹立つ子ですわね。
That's fucking over, Rico.
なんで怒られてるの？
こっちは必死に努力して同じ成績だからですわ。泣きますわよ。
I knew you were near the top of the class in academic performance, but I didn't realize you were putting in much effort. It said humans, some kinds had this kind of nature, but to actually encounter it so close to home is a shock.
ほら生きるのもいい加減にして。瑠璃子さんとあかりが打ちひしがれちゃってるから。
どうせ私は努力しても赤点脱出止まりです。
これだから天才は優れた他者と比較しても自らを無意味に貶めるだけです。別の生物だと思えばよいのですよ。
Man, that straight up hurts more.
僕って人外認定？
そうですわね。片桐八重香は人外ですの。人外ゆえに人権はありませんわ。さあ片桐八重香、この私に平服して標準を示しなさい。我が佐伯一族のもとで死ぬほどこき使って差し上げますわ。
よかったね八重香、就職が決まったよ。
将来は大統領秘書か。まあまだな。
言うにこと書いてまあまあとは何ですの？
Watching everyone enjoying themselves without care for once, I'm reminded of just how much I want to protect this everyday life. Chaotic, sometimes ridiculous, but precious everyday life. I wish this moment could last forever, but reality is mercilessly pushing us toward an era of war. Humans have language to understand each other, yet why do they only point weapons at one another?
結局は生物は皆同じということなのでしょうか。
Humans are animals too, after all. Once you say it, that's it. But isn't it also human to feel more than just that?
ミク先輩、どうかしましたか？
いいえ、何でも。
Humans aren't just about that either. I couldn't help but laugh at myself for thinking something like that. Before I knew it, I had come to see humanity not just as a protected species, but as something far more valuable.
人間らしいと言われただけで相対的に人類の価値が上がるなんて我ながらひどい手のひら返しです。
Under the basic settings given by the system, humans were treated as nothing more than protected animals. And now, maybe I've risen to become one of the most important things in my own values. They even risen to become one of the most important things in my own values. I experienced shifts in values countless times before, but this isn't just a change, it's practically a reversal. The desire to protect this normal life isn't limited to the time I spend with Katakuri Yui. Right now, what I want to protect is this environment. That environment is everything that surrounds you. People, things, time, everything.
それはあまりにも強欲なのかもしれませんが。
Even so, I'm not gonna give up on this. Even if I was standard as greedy, even if I was faced with the impossible, I swore to achieve it by any means necessary. Okay, she's slowly approaching the state where she became that kind of person. She's slowly approaching the state of the kind of person she was at the end of Akari's route. She was willing to do everything for Yui, man. Everything, man. The next night, Himino Akari's Okasan came to visit Akasha Academy.
しかし随分と唐突な登場じゃないか。
そうですね。おそらくは学園側へ釘でも刺しに来たのでしょう。
なるほど。お使いついでか。
Looking at Himina Saki's schedule sent by Shirei, she visited the security forces before coming here. She probably came to school the Akasha branch too. While she was getting bail for the captain who got arrested in the earlier incident.
たく、ラスボスが向こうからやってくるなんて聞いたことねえぞ。
ラスボス。確かに私たちにとってはそういった表現が適切かもしれませんね。
Come to think of it, someone used the same metaphor in the simulation too. It was Yaika.
戦って倒せば平和になるなんて単純な世界だったらよかったのですが。
残念ながら世界は複雑だ。お互い世界を救う英雄にはなれそうもないな。
英雄が評価される時代は終わりましたし、興味もありません。
そうだな。英雄なんてろくなもんじゃない。行き着く先が人殺しなんて笑えない冗談だ。
I really like how Rin thinks, man. She's so mature. Himina Saki is one of the heroes who distinguished herself in the former security force operation to suppress the rebel forces. She was awarded for eliminating many enemies, but among them were numerous traitors and honorable men. Many of the women branded as traitors were arrested after the male Red Rebellion was crushed. Accused of harboring remnants during the mopping up operation. In some cases where they resisted, they were even shot dead. She was just that kind and full of courage. Wait, what? She was just kind and full of courage, but she shot those people anyway. What? I'm a little confused with the just kind part. So even now, her political rivals mockingly call her a murderer. It's true. Katagiri Yui only survived by sheer luck. It's no wonder the Katagiri siblings are so wary of their secret being exposed.
そんな血に濡れた英雄の大先輩が退役後は政界進出。今じゃ野党第一党の党首様だもんな。
She is so driven by revenge. Fastas for revenge! Or some shit like that.
過激なフェミ連中を連れて行ってくれたおかげで、私たちの表現の自由戦士なんてのもこうして黙認してもらえるんだから、その点は感謝だけどな。
なるほど。感謝の表れとしてわざわざ清掃に着替えたというわけですか。
これはただのビビリだよ。お偉い政治家様に目をつけられるとか考えただけで面倒だ。それに姫野の母親だからな。最低限の礼は尽くすさ。
そんなこと言っていきなり手袋を投げつけたりしないでくださいね。
しねえよ、そんなこと。貴族じゃあるまいし。
I thought about doing it the common way, but Rin is someone who has a clear sense of propriety. There's no need to worry about unnecessary things. When I arrive at the lobby, Katagiri Yui and his honest Imoto were standing there listlessly, having beaten me to it.
待たせたな、
Leading us
二
to
人
it.
とも。
はい、お疲れ様です。
お疲れーっす。
お前その挨拶絶対姫の先相手にはするなよ。
同意します。丁寧な言動を強く推奨します。
またまた 友達のお母さんなんだから、このくらいフランクな方が。
She probably meant that as her usual flippant remark. But Katagiri Yaika straightened her back and returned the salute at our serious gazes.
大変失礼いたしました。
それでいい。いいかお前ら。これから会う相手は雲上人だ。我々のような下っ端がおいそれと面会できるようなお方ではない。それを肝に銘じておけ。はい。よろしい。ところで御仁は今どちらに？
お二人は応接室で面会中のようです。
ならここで待っていれば。と来たみたいだな。気をつけ。敬礼。
Sensing the approaching footstep, Rin raised her voice, and the two of them raised a hand in perfect unison. Katagiri Yaika's legs are trembling slightly, but that just adds to her charm.
ゆいちゃん、皆さん。
The first to notice us was Himeno Akari, who called out in a bright voice. Even from there, you could probably tell we're on high alert, but Himeno Akari wouldn't notice that alone. Wouldn't notice that. She ran over to us with cheerful, clattering footsteps, spreading her arms wide as if welcoming the figure behind her.
お母さん、紹介するね。この人たちが同じ分隊の先輩とお友達で。
Okay, it's very important to look at Yui, because remember Yui was like, he suddenly went pale and his brain went automatic. Like he tried his best to just survive and just get out of there.
こんばんは皆さん。夜遅くにごめんなさいね。
Jesus Christ, I had to remember that this person just... Her daughter's words were cut off by a resolute voice. Just those few words were enough to completely change the atmosphere in the room.
私が姫の咲、あかりの母親よ。皆さん、あかりと仲良くしてくれてありがとう。
Her voice is perfectly motherly, slow and calm. But what's with this incredible sense of incongruity? It feels like listening to an outdated synthesized speech, and I almost suggested an update on the spot.
ご丁寧にありがとうございます。あかりさんの訓練分隊長を務めさせていただいております。東堂凛です。
Rin-senpai seemed taken aback by the sheer incongruity of it all, momentarily at a loss for words. You can obviously tell she's just controlling the way she speaks, because we remember how she speaks at the end. She just goes fucking ballistic. She managed to recover somehow, but this feeling of unease is pretty intense. I looked at Katagiri Yaika, and she was clearly grimacing. She deliberately took a large step forward, clicked her heels together as she aligned her feet, and gave a sharp salute. The sound must have snapped her back to reality. Katagiri Yaika straightened up.
部屋長の森谷美久です。こちらは同室の1年生で片桐結衣。もう一人は同じ分隊員の片桐愛香学生です。
Oh, okay, it's Biku's the one who did the salute. The two of them silently saluted her again after my introduction. But Katagiri Yui's reaction was just a moment too slow. Come to think of it, in the simulation, Katagiri Yui suddenly complained about stomach pain and returned to her room. I looked at his face, wondering if he was feeling unwell again. What I saw there was... Instinctively, I moved in front of him, shielding him from view. I guess part of her remembers the simulation, because she would have remembered a bit about, like... Anyway. It ended up looking like I was clearing the way for Himinasaki, so I lightly held out my hand to encourage her to move.
お出口はこちらです。どうぞ。
ええ、ありがとう。
Himinasaki started walking as she was prompted to. I gave Rin a nod, and she nodded back lightly.
遠路わざわざお越しいただいて恐縮です。ご挨拶のみで何のお構いもできず申し訳ありません。
As Himinasaki started walking, Rin gently guides her along. I gave Katagiri Yaika a nod to follow Rin, and she glanced at Katagiri Yui. She probably senses that something's off about him. A nod slightly conveyed that I'll take care of it.
あらあら、公務の道中寄っただけですからお気遣いいただかなくていいのよ。
さようでございましたか。それならばせめてお見送りだけはさせていただければと。
Following Rin's glance, Katagiri Yaika joined the circle. The basic formation for protection is to sandwich Himeno and her Okasan between Rin and Katagiri Yaika.
本来なら全員でお見送りすべきところですが、部屋長他1名は家業中のため、こちらでのお見送りで失礼いたします。
When I gave her a salute, Himinasaki glanced at me before continuing as if she didn't care at all.
ありがとう。こんなにしっかりした隊長さんたちに指導してもらえて、あかりは幸せ者ね。
I watched everyone slowly drift away as I continued to salute them. As the figure disappeared around the corner of the hallway, I lowered my hand and turned to Katagiri Yui. He seems frozen in place, still at attention and expressionless. I didn't realize it during the simulation because I haven't gathered enough information about him yet, but now I understand. He's doing a flashback. So this is him doing a flashback. This is him doing a flashback, and she's like, oh, he's doing a flashback right now. He's terrified right now. What is he so afraid of? Before I can even find out what's going on, I have to do something about him first.
片桐学生、もう敬礼を解いて構いません。
He slowly lowered his hand, but there's no further reaction. This might be a serious situation. While searching the library for any possible methods, I found something related to PTSD among the academic materials I prepared for Himino Akari.
なるほど。強い外部刺激はかえって逆効果。
You see scenes in manga and content where characters stab their cheeks to snap out of it, but giving that kind of stimulus could easily be interpreted as hostile. To prevent that from happening, it seems we need to slowly and gently ease the tension over time.
大丈夫です。敵は去りました。
I gently touched his back and slowly stroked it. To convey my warmth, I raised the temperature of my palm slightly, and a hint of redness appeared on his pale face.
大丈夫。大丈夫です。
I'd hug you if I could, but we're right in the middle of the hallway, where anyone can walk by, and there's a security camera nearby too. Careless actions could endanger not only his own position, but also mine. Once he's recovered enough to move, I'll get him back to bed and let him rest. I kept stroking his back, thinking that.
ミク先輩。
His gaze gradually returns to normal.
はい。私はここにいますよ。安心してください。ミク先輩。はい。大丈夫です。もう脅威は去りました。先輩。先輩。
Katagiri Yui repeated that as in delirium, looking like a lost child. I took his hand and spoke to him.
さあ、部屋に帰りましょう。歩けますか？
Katagiri Yui nodded slightly and took a step forward.
歩けました。上出来です。さあ、帰りましょう。はい。
I took Katagiri Yui's unsteady hand and started walking toward the room.
さあ、部屋に着きましたよ。
When we got back to our room, I had Katakuri Yui sit on the bed.
すみません。
Fortunately, by the time we returned here, Katakuri Yui has regained his sanity to a considerable degree.
いいんですよ。少し待っていてください。
どちらへ？
Seeing how worried he is about me going somewhere makes my heart ache. It felt like a slow seep, yet accompanied by an incredibly intense sweetness that made me unable to hold back my smile. More like I'm being spoiled, rather than relied on. For some reason, that makes me incredibly happy.
心配はいりません。飲み物を取ってくるだけですよ。
はい。
Seeing the dejected puppy dog look on you just makes my irritation 10 times worse. Irritation? I'm guessing this is supposed to be something else. Seeing him like that, a feeling I couldn't shake even if I tried to distance myself by just 1 meter or even 1 centimeter, swelling up inside me. But with every ounce of willpower I could muster, I forced my feet rooted to the ground to move.
何が良いのでしょうか。
Coffee, tea, even just drinks. There's a wide variety. I searched the library for something helpful, and once again, I found nutrition-related materials among academic resources I gathered for Hime no Akari. Apparently, the components in dairy products stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system and had a relaxing effect. Oh, the thing about people drinking milk before they go to sleep, I see. Warm stuff seems to work better than cold, so I guess I'll grab some hot milk from the cafeteria. Even after returning from the cafeteria, Katakuri Yui was still sitting on the edge of the bed.
すみません。お手数をかけてしまって。
Handing him the mug, Katakuri Yui gives a small apologetic bow. His face, which had been clearly pale from the lack of blood, was regaining some color. Taking a sip of hot milk, Katakuri Yui lets out a sigh and his cheeks flush slightly again. If things are looking this way, I might be able to hear him out. I sat down next to Katakuri Yui, carefully choosing my words, trying not to sound accusatory.
姫の先を見た瞬間から、あなたの様子は明らかに異常でした。一体何があったのですか？
Katakuri Yui returned my question with silence. I sensed that his silence wasn't rejection but hesitation, so I waited patiently for him to find the words.
昔です。
昔？
昔あの人に殺されかけたことがあります。
I gasped at the unexpected words that came out of his mouth. I figured you were overwhelmed by the final boss's presence or hit by an unknown malice, but
あの人とは姫の先のことでいいですか？
はい。
昔とはやはり
まだ片桐結衣じゃなくて高崎結衣とだった頃です。
なるほど。
Yuito.
以前話してくれた幼少の頃ですか？戦場でのことですね。
あんなの戦場なんかじゃありません。ただの虐殺です。現にあの人だってあの時駆除だって言っていました。すみません。あの顔を見たら一緒にあの時に殺された兄貴たちのことを思い出してしまって。
My Anagi's, holy shit. My hand holding the mug trembled, making the milks inside ripple. Then, as if he realized it himself, he put his mug on the ground and grabbed both of his knees. Seeing that as a pathetic attempt to be strong, I gently take his hand. And I press his face against my chest. Base? I grab his hand as he tried to pull it away. I pressed it harder against my chest, causing his face, which had been pale, to flush red in an instant.
何してるんですか？
男性は女性の胸を触ると落ち着くという資料を以前見ました。
Base? What report is that? I need to see that report.
落ち着く？
はい。なので気持ちが落ち着くまで好きに揉んでもらって構いません。
そんなわけないじゃないですか。そんな資料嘘ですよ。
いえ、でも実際にあなたは少し元気になったようですし。
これは大丈夫ですから。とにかく手を離してください。
大丈夫ですか？揉まなくていいのですか？
Damn, man.
いいですから。
そうですか。ですがせめてもう少しの間はこのまま触っていてください。
なんで？
一定の効果は確かに認められますし、特に不快というわけでもありませんので。
まったく先輩はまったく。もう少し自分の体を大事にしてください。
それは私があなたに言いたい言葉です。
Kadagiri wore a look as if he just received an unexpected counterattack. I had things I wanted to say to him too, since he seems completely back to normal after letting him touch my chest. Let's talk a bit now that the opportunity has come up.
私を相手に我慢なんてしなくてよいのです。隠そうとしなくても強がらなくてもよいのです。辛い時は辛い、苦しい時は苦しいと感情に表してよいのですよ。
でも
自分を大切に思うなら強く大きな感情を無理に押し込めようとしないでください。もうあなたの心は許容量を超えてしまっているように思います。これ以上押し込んだら壊れてしまうでしょう。私でなくても片桐愛花が相手でも構いません。辛い時は愚痴や弱音の一つくらいは吐き出してください。
でも
I cut him off before he could say anything more, and leaned in close, staring at him.
いいですね。
はい。
When I pressed him hard, Kadagiri Yui reluctantly nodded. We built a better relationship through communication, but we still haven't reached a point where he can fully trust me. I honestly feel lonely and sad about it. But if I wait for him to act naturally, it could take years. Even if it's a little forceful, that's fine for now.
しかしまさか姫の咲があなたの敵とは。数奇な運命と言わざるを得ませんね。
ええ。あかりにどんな顔をして会えばいいんでしょう。彼女に罪も悪気もないのは分かっているんですが。
He looked down, a pained expression on his face. Understanding something logically is different from accepting it emotionally. It's not something you can just brush aside so easily, is it? Depending on his decision, there's a possibility that it could create a major rift in the relationship with Himino Akari. Probably there's no need to worry about that. If he were the kind of person to consider proxy revenge against Himino Akari, he wouldn't have a face like that.
今は 時間が必要かもしれませんね。
Saying that, I took his
で
hand.
すが、あなたなら正しい選択をすると。
Katagiri Yui looked at me with a startled expression, hesitated for a moment, and then,
ところでそろそろ話してください。
本当に揉まなくていいのですか？
もう十分に堪能しましたので。
his ears turned bright red as he shook his head repeatedly. Respecting his words that he wanted some time alone, I left the room. Then, Rin and Yaika were standing in the hallway.
どうだあいつの様子は。
今は落ち着いています。少し一人になりたいと。
そうか。
大丈夫ですよね。
He's Daijobu, don't worry. I smiled and replied to Katagiri Yaika's worried voice.
大丈夫。片桐学生は強い人間です。きっと最善の結論を導くはずです。今は信じて見守りましょう。
はい。
姫の学生はどちらに？
今はあたしらの部屋にいる。あいつが姫の先を見た時の反応でなんかあるってこいつがな。
Saying that, Rin pointed at Katagiri Yaika with her thumb. Impressive crisis detection skills.
しかし一体どうしちまったんだあいつは。
ええ。
When I looked at Katagiri Yaika's face, she shook her head slightly. I guess Rin doesn't want to talk about Katagiri Yui's secret after all. Still, I don't think we can get away with just brushing it off without saying anything. Considering the future, I should probably explain at least some of what's going on.
取り急ぎ、彼女から聞いた話を共有します。立ち話の内容でもないですから、食堂へ。
だな。行こうか。
先輩。
大丈夫。心配はいりません。
I gently placed my hand on Katagiri Yaika's shoulder, who looked worried. I nodded, conveying my trust in her gaze, and Katagiri Yaika nodded back quietly. Okay, what are you gonna say? Fortunately, the cafeteria was empty. We brought some drinks at the vending machine and sat down at the nearby table.
で、どうだったんだ？
As soon as she sat down, Rin cut right to the chase. Those eyes are serious. Lies and evasions won't work. You can see the determination to not let them happen either. Since I saw the look on Katagiri Yui's face, since she saw what the look on Katagiri Yui's face, it was only to be expected. As a supervisor, as your senpai, and most of all, as a human being, she felt something close to an urge that wouldn't let her just stand by. Katagiri Yaika looked at me with a worried expression. I nodded once and began to speak.
あれは PTSD の類だと思います。
やっぱりか。難民やってた頃に見たことがある雰囲気だった。
Rin is a refugee who lost her hometown to Gaia's army's invasion. Remember, it was Yui who evacuated her. And then those guys got fucked. The civilians caught up in fighting amidst all the chaos. I imagine there are opportunities to interact with people who suffered with serious trauma.
つまり、
Smori.
あいつにも何かそういう経験があるってことか。
本人曰く、幼少期の体験から来ているようです。
Obviously, she's so worried because she might say something that would fuck them over. I shake my head in response to Yaika's face, which asked if I intend to say something.
彼女の過去については、凛にも話しておくべきです。 女性としてはあまり周囲に知られたくない話かもしれませんが、リンも分隊長としてだけでなく、一人の人間として彼女を心配していますので。
She deliberately used as a woman and her and she, so obviously that's her way of saying, you know, yeah, you gotta chill out. I'm not gonna say that. Using words like her, woman solely to imply that the story is proceeding with Katari Yui as a woman. There you go. That's a good thing the LLM translated that perfectly well. Realizing that, she reluctantly nodded once. Then Katagiri Yaika cast her gaze down to the can of coffee in front of her with a solemn expression. I mean, she has no choice but to trust Miku about this.
わかりました。ミク先輩にお任せします。
She can't help but, you know, obviously she's afraid right now. You're quite the actor, aren't you? This way, Rin will likely feel that she was persuaded to accept the revelation of her close relative's past, which they themselves wanted to keep hidden. Okay, she played along. Okay, fine. If that's how you interpret, if that's how she actually did it.
では、私の知る限りの話ですが。
From there, and concealed the fact that he was a male and interwoven a lie, that he was a villager who had harbored the rebel army, while recounting what actually happened to him. And then, after telling her how she was almost killed by Himinosaki as an honorary male, and how she escaped for his life only to run into Katagiri and her daughter. Oh, I like how that's a good lie. That's a good lie. That's a really good lie. That's a really good lie. It's super close to what actually happened to him. That's a good lie.
くそ、どうにも弱いんだこういう話は。
Rin scratched at her head, clearly with tears welling up in her eyes. I mean, obviously it hit her close, man. She knew that experience. Like, I mean, if she wasn't able to escape, you know, she might have had a similar experience. I mean, remember, she interacted with men during that time. If she was unlucky and Himinosaki was there, she would have also experienced a fate similar to the lie. Shit.
リン先輩、泣いてます？
うっせえ、こっち見るんじゃねえよ。
Of course, Rin can understand. Rin can truly understand that. I mean, she was so close to that kind of situation, man. And obviously, you know, she really feels grateful for the dudes, man. She really felt grateful for dudes. She turned her face away from her kohai and wiped her eyes with a tissue, trying to hide the tears.
しかしこれで合点がいったよ。お前ら姉妹似てるようで似てないから不思議だったんだ。血のつながった姉妹じゃなかったんだな。
遺伝子は違っても、ゆいちゃんは僕のお姉ちゃんです。
That line was so good that Yaika is still able to speak her true speak some from her heart about feeling that way.
そうか。拾われたのがお前の家だったってのは、あいつにとっては不幸中の幸いだっただろうな。
どうでしょう。結局今でもトラウマ抱えたままですし。お姉ちゃん、割と最近まで夜には怖い夢見ておねしょとかしちゃってたんですよね。
お前、それはバラさないでおいてやれよ。
今夜は寝る前に必ずトイレに行くよう助言しておきます。
ミクも聞かなかったことにしてやれって。
Even so, it wouldn't be nice to embarrass ourselves later if we don't take some precautionary measures.
たく、とにかくだ。我が分隊には今現在いくつかの大きな問題があるってことだな。
I wonder if this route still finds out that Yui's actually a dude. I mean, she found out in Akari's route. I don't know if it will get to a point she finds out. I don't know. I don't even know if they're still gonna end up in the situation where they had to go to the camp, the men's camp, because that really built up their relationship, and that really improved like how she feels about men. I mean she's always grateful for men, but anyway.
そうですね。
姫の学生への嫌がらせと片桐学生の PTSD、 そして上階委員との確執ですね。
最後のやつは我々が表現の自由を守る戦士である以上、もうどうしようもない。たとえ上階委員がいなくなったとしても、第2第3の敵が現れて貴重な作品を燃やしていくだろう。
まさに修羅のゲートですね。
別に地上最強を目指してるわけじゃない。作品が理不尽に燃やされるようなことがなくなれば自然と役目を終えるさ。まあそれはさておき、目下の問題はやはり姫の学生の方だろうな。
お姉ちゃんはどうでもいいってことですか？
待て待て、そうは言ってない。とりあえず聞け。今回のラスボスの訪問は娘への面会という名目ではあったが、戦闘において相手方となったアカシアへの牽制も兼ねている。要するにうちもやりすぎたけどそっちもやりすぎだろって文句言いに来たってことだ。
やっぱたまたま訓練中でしたって言い訳全然通じてないんですか？
そりゃそうだ。単なる建前だからな。学園側も全部分かった上で建前を押し通しただろうな。
建前。
遠回しな嫌味の応酬を大人の会話と呼ぶらしいですね。ちなみに姫の先にはすでに我々の顔も割れているものと考えた方が良いかと。
Yeah, obviously we're talking about Himinasaki, who's like a war veteran. Fucking genocidal war veteran that is.
マジで全然そんな素振りなかったんですけど。
政治家っていうのはそういうもんだろ、多分。普通に怖えよな。
そういう権力持ってる怖い人から文句言われたら学園側も僕たちのことを売ったりしないです。
そこまでの強い圧力をかけるつもりがあるなら、今までにも機会はいくらでもあったはずだ。政治家が本気を出せば学生なんざどうにでもできる。だが今もまだそうはなっていない。ということはどういうことか。この喧嘩に何か他の意味を見出しているやつがいて、やめさせたくない理由があるってことだろうな。
やめさせたくない？
詳しい理由まではわからんが、いつでも処分できる人間を泳がせてる理由なんてそんなにいくつもない。大抵の場合はその先にもっとでかい魚がいて、それを狙ってるって感じだろうが。
魚っていうとお宝本とか？
守るやつがいることで本来だったら封印されてるはずのものが表に出てくるのを期待している。
I was surprised. I didn't think Rin would see true to the core despite the minor differences. Sure, a little deduction would lead to this conclusion, but the fact that young Rin arrived at it at her own is definitely something to be commended.
僕たち丸ごとおとりってことですか？気味が悪いな。
ともかくだ。今のところ政治の方向から吊るされる心配はしなくていい。今回文句を言いに来たのもうちは向けだろ。トップがきつく言い聞かせておいたって体裁取っとけば騒ぐやつも減るだろうからな。
Well, after all, mother is supporting them actually. After all, I mean, Mika did say earlier that mother wants human culture to persist, right? But that's why they're willing to sabotage some of the purification committee activities, because it goes against mother's intentions. I mean, that's why even Shure is helping her out from even from that perspective. Wait, I got distracted. Give me a few seconds. I'll be right back. I need to charge my phone. Oh, it's 11:30. I should get to sleep in 30 minutes or something. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, let's continue.
娘に会いになんて心にもないこと言って非公式で来たのはそういうわけさ。
心にもないってさすがにそこまでは。
どうかな。お前も感じただろ、姫の先のあの気味悪さを。
Oh man, considering the ending of Akari's route, we know how she was totally like, fine, it's fine. I can always start over all over again.
まあ。
She was outwardly cheerful and poised, but what stood out the most was a certain sense of unease that hung in the air. I can't find the right words to express that at all.
娘を思う母を演じちゃいるが、ああいう手合いにとっては自分の子供も道具なんだ。心底そう思ってやがるから、ただの会話にすら違和感が漏れる。
Yeah, she's only there to serve her goals.
昔からずっとああなんだろうな。娘が必死に母親の顔色を伺うのもわかる気がするぜ。
It was true that Himino Akari spoke to her Okasa in a way that felt more like an employer and employee than a mother and daughter. Damn, man. That is a good way to say it. Compared to a natural family like Katagiri Yui and Katagiri Yaika, it feels like quite a warped relationship. It all comes back to family, okay? You know what? When I was thinking about this during the night, like I was thinking about like, you know what? The writer of Mashiro Ira Symphony and 9, they're the same guy, by the way. It's like he wrote his version of like fucking Rewrite and fucking Suina Stella. But you know, now with the whole conversation about like Katagiri Yui and Yaika versus like Himina Akari and Saki, it's all about family all over again. It's all about family all over again. It's only a matter of time they start talking about fucking communication. By the way, all the works I just mentioned just now is like by Romeo Tanaka. So so funny. There's that weird coincidence. Anyway. Oh, the reason for Rewrite, there you know, mother is kind of I don't know, man. There's a lot of I notice a lot of parallels between the two different work. Okay, now make that tree works. And for this VN, man, maybe they're all common tropes, but like, it's as if he combined a couple of fucking Romeo Tanaka VNs into one. I don't know, man. Maybe those are common topics, but you know, being able to mix them into something like this, it's making me appreciate this more. Anyway.
そのくせああいうのは自分の道具を勝手に壊されたりすると劣化のごとく怒り狂うもんだ。
That literally did happen. She literally went ballistic to the point, like, again, to the point that she was totally fine with starting over.
その腹いせに私たちがやり玉にあげられてコテンパンにされるかもしれん。普通に姫野の保護責任者でもあるわけだからな。
なるほど。だからあかりちゃんの件が一番の問題ってことですね。
別に順位をつけるつもりはないし、ないがしろにするつもりもないけどな。どっちも重要な問題だ。片桐姉の方はカウンセリングだったり私たちでフォローしてやれば時間はかかるだろうが回復していくだろうと思う。つうかそもそも私たちで片桐姉にしてやれることなんてそのぐらいしかないだろう。
まあ確かに僕やお母さんが頑張ってもやっぱり全然治ってなかったわけですし。
I can imagine Yaika is having the best time of her life being able to express stuff like this. Because, you know, she obviously the thing about the past is like, we gotta ensure that there's no way they found out he's a dude. But now, you know, they were able to make like a convincing lie that, like, you know. Anyway. In the end, we could only conclude that we had to watch Katagiri Yui's situation closely over time.
それで姫の学生の問題ですが、何か解決のための手段はあるでしょうか。
バカにされないくらい成績が良かったらとも思うんだが、それはそれでまた変な因縁をつけられそうな気がするな。
At first, I thought that if she became a good student, everything would be resolved. But as Ren said, if her grades are good, she'll just end up being a target of unnecessary jealousy. Either way, she'll still be attacked.
結局はあかりちゃんのお母さんが嫌いだからみたいなところに原因があるような気がしますね。
そうだな。しかし別の母親のもとで生まれ直してこいっていうわけにもいかないしな。
Going that far is practically denying her very existence.
一般的に姫の学生のような状況に陥った際はどのように対処するものなのでしょうか。
僕はお姉ちゃん以外に同年代の子とかいなかったからあんまりよくわかんないけど。
My gaze and Katagiri Yaika's both flicker toward Rin.
こいつ絶対いじめられてただろうとか思ってるか。
ああ、いえいえ、ただ周りに合わせるのは下手そうだなとは思いました。
まあその通りではあるがな。ガキの頃は引っ込み思案でいじめられたこともあるし。
あ、前世の話でもしてます？
Yeah, that's so like, what? Rin, you were that kind of girl at one point? Wait a second, Yui literally did say that. Yeah, Yui did say that. Yeah, I remember Yui literally saying that when she tried to tease Rin that he kind of knew.
ぶちのめすぞてめえ。人間多少は成長くらいするもんだよ。
標的になった際はどう対処したのですか。
物理だな。舐められないようにキレ散らかして結果こういう性格になった。
なるほど。
I don't think it's that simple for Akari. Well, she developed her resolve because in her route she was able to develop her resolve because her being with like Huey questioned the very, questioned the whole idea about like, she found someone who could care for her so much, and at the same time that really made her question whatever the fuck her mom was saying. But how do you even get something like that in Miku's route without Yui but being like, I don't know, man. In the end, it's an animalistic response. Overwhelmingly retaliating and suppressing an attack is strategically sound. But whether Hime no Akari could take the same course of action, that's definitely a no.
結局のところ、こいつを敵にしたらまずいと思わせられるかどうかが勝負になるな。
味方につけた方が得って思わせるって手もあると思いますけど、それだと陰口は止まらないですかね。やっぱり確実に報復されるっていうことが分かれば手を出してくるバカもいなくなる。
It's like strategic diplomacy between nations. No, rather the essence might be the same after all. It's just the difference between settling scores with bare fists or nuclear weapons.
ですが、結局は本人が報復をできない限り、されるがままに甘んじるほかないということですよね。
As long as she can't retaliate herself, there's no choice but to accept it right.
虎の意を借りたところで、虎も四六時中張り付いているわけではありませんし。
よっぽど強烈な後ろ盾があるならまだしも、明らかに誰かがかばってるとかだと確かに逆効果かもしれん。
でもあかりちゃんの LFP 代表の娘っていう後ろ盾だいぶ強烈だと思いますけど。
Bruh, do you remember that one of the reasons why Akari was willing to get bullied is because she had an idea that when she reported being bullied, her mom just straight up went ballistic, like so much, man. Oh, maybe this whole conversation they're having right now is they would be able to deduce that is the kind of situation Akari's in. That's why she decided to passively take the bullying.
それはそうだが、実感が湧かないんだろうな。いや、恐ろしさを知らないと言った方が正確か。
What Ren says is probably close to the truth. With today's help, we've been investigating the students, and we're now certain that Anon is behind this bullying. Anon. The Anons, a mass of other blaming thought, direct all their frustration toward feminists, the targets they dislike. In essence, they're foolish conspiracy theorists. They don't understand how powerful a shield the LFP, and by extension the mother behind it, really is. No, rather, we don't even understand how our actions will come back to us or those around us. In a certain kind of innocence, they target Hime no Akari and satisfy their warped sense of justice. It was so pathetic it was almost funny.
そうなると、相手に盾の大きさを認識させれば、おのずとやむかもしれないな。
でも認識させるって言っても、具体的にはどうします？
難しいな。言い聞かせて理解する頭があるなら、初めからやらないだろうし。
では、具体的な方法に関しては、私に任せていただけますか？
何か手があるのか？
はい。多少思い当たる節があります。
Until now, I've been overly optimistic, thinking there was no need to go that far. Making a flashy move could lead to the elimination of the prime suspect. potentially ruining their life, which would partially violate ethical guidelines. I was leaning towards a passive approach, figuring that if Katagiri Yui kept his eyes peeled as an escort, we could avoid a catastrophic situation, and also keep from drawing unwanted attention, but
片桐優に過度の期待を寄せるべきではなくなった以上、もはや手段は選べません。
あんまりやりすぎるなよ。相手も一応は人間なんだからな。
基本的人権として生存権がありますから、生命には危険が及ばないようにします。
真顔で言った。僕、ミク先輩だけは怒らせないよう気をつけます。
その方がいい。私が言うのもなんだが。
You might be feeling reluctant about it, but this could also have been a form of deterrence. The next day, an alert notifying me of a certain app launching popped up during lecture. To be able to respond, even if I'm called out by the instructor, I switched my interpersonal responses to auto-reply mode, diverting half of my resources to the app.
かかりましたね。
Last night, I slipped an envelope containing a small memory card with the message "I know your secret" into the target's locker. Normally, they'd just dismiss it as a prank and throw it away, or report it to the instructor. But someone with something to hide wouldn't be able to leave it lying around. Since it was a trap I borrowed from a manga, Jesus Christ. Before, I had my doubts about how believable it would be, but apparently it took the bait.
しかし、出所不明のメモリをよくプライベートの PC にさせるものですね。
The moment she plugged in the memory stick into the PC, a hacking tool started installing in the background, a cliché setup. Apparently, the target's literacy level is surprisingly low.
では、今のうちにマイクとカメラをつないでしまいましょう。
I quickly ran the code, rewiring the camera and microphone for missions connected to Akasha 7 in remote control mode. Unit 7's memory space contained various tools for use in information warfare against the Purification Committee. With those, Unit 7 can act as a proxy server while also being able to conduct surveillance independently.
さて、向こうはどんな状況でしょうか。
Connecting to camera via port 7. The camera mounted on top of the PC display is zoomed in tight on the target's face. Looks like a target is in class right now too. Probably couldn't stand it while reading the letter and checked the memory contents during class. The face on the other side of the camera twists in shock. The memory contains hundreds of snapshots capturing every scene involving the target.
まあ、そんな顔になるでしょうね。
I just outputted still images of what was recorded by surveillance cameras in my recording memory, but this should make the target think they're being watched by someone.
それでは監視の方、お願いしますね。
了解しました。
She's probably preoccupied with what she remembers to do anything conspicuous right now. If anything troublesome happens, it'll probably be during free time after afternoon training. And then Shirai contacted me at this exact moment.
はい、こちら39。何ですかいきなり。自分を番号で呼ばないでください。作戦行動中ですので、コードネームが必要かと思いまして。同定されやすいコードネームの使用は、リテラシーが低いと言わざるを得ませんよ、姉様。
I got shut down. He was just trying to have fun. Anyway, cut the day with. Our names are pretty similar too. But I guess that's just a testament to Mother's naming sense, so I'll drop it.
守備はいかがですか？姉様は私が人類に遅れを取るとでも？
Just as expected from my Sasagada na Imoto. Saying it's because we're isomorphic machine feels a bit too occult. But for some reason that thought makes me smile.
それは死亡フラグだそうですよ。死亡フラグ？そのようなフラグを設置した覚えはありませんが、管理者を殺害に行きますか？
Looks like Sheree doesn't know anything about the flags. Since you brought up something a little unsettling, let's get back on track before we stray too far from the topic. I like how they're just having some random ass banter.
いえ、こちらの話です。私も先ほど標的の監視環境の構築を終えたところです。もうかかったのですか？あっけないですね。対サイバー攻撃の訓練は受けているはずですが、所詮は訓練生ですからね。そちらはさすがに対策されているのではありませんか？古い形式の SNS ですからそうでもありませんでした。セキュリティなどもなきに等しかったです。うん、その程度でしたらこちらでも対応できたでしょうか？いえ、せっかくですので手伝います。古のアンダーグラウンド SNS というものにはそれなり以上の興味があります。あなたが全盛期のギーク文化に興味を持つとは珍しいこともあるものですね。姉様に強い影響を与えたと推測されるジャンルですから。確かにリンを通して一定の興味を。動きましたか？授業中だというのに熱心なことですね。
Receive intel that the target logged into a locked SNS account from Akasha 7.
姉様も他人のことは言えないでしょう。ログイン情報取得、VPN 偽装完了。簡単すぎてまるで面白みがありませんね。いつでもなりすましが可能です。
In case you're not familiar, you have to go to a certain image board to understand what they're talking about, because it's not that hard. How long have we been there? 20 years? Yeah, 30 years. 33 years, actually. I hate that fucking website. I can't escape that shit, man. Anyway.
ありがとうございます。あなたも好きにいたずらしていいですよ。
Wait, 33? No, that's too much. That's 22. Okay, that's 22 years. I must be an idiot. 22 years. 22? 23? 22. I don't know.
不快感を催す画像でも流せばいいのでしょうか。そこまで低俗にはなりたくありませんが。
I gave a small smile at Shirei's simple malice. Anyway, I managed to completely hijack an account as the target Anon. It may be a roundabout way of doing things, but it's the result of being extremely careful to leave no trace at all. If you try to create a clear-cut victim, I don't know what kind of retaliation might come. Considering the risk of lawsuits and investigations, it's probably best to take a detour no matter how roundabout.
では、あとはお任せします。お手並みを拝見していますよ。はい。ここまで来ればもう終わったも同然ですが。ありがとうございました。
After ending communication with Shirei, I rechecked my account
ハンド
information.
ル名、カピバラ。
Capybara. Okay. This is definitely the target item.
なぜカピバラ？
It's true. She does resemble a capybara somewhat. But could it be that she gave herself that nickname? Or maybe the people in Anon are so grateful for terms used by religious figures who regularly appear there that they use them proudly. It might be a reference to something, but I'm not sure. Okay. That's it. I'm ready to move on the next phase. Once I share my information with 7, I'll start preparing for phase 2.
さあ、すべてぶちまけましょう。
I think I can only go for 20 minutes more. It's already 12:10. Jeez.
くそ、なんだよこれ。気持ち悪いな。何百枚あんだこれ。全部場所もバラバラだし、今かよ。さすがに部屋の中まではないか。ってことは犯人は同室のやつじゃねえな。いや、そう思わせたくてわざと部屋の写真だけ出してないとかもあるか。めんどくせえ。でも脅迫も要求もねえし、なんもできねえよな。気晴らしにフェミでも煽って遊んでやるか。
He's gonna shitpost.
あれ、なんだよこれ。なんでプロフィールが本名に、しかもなんでこっちに自撮りが上がってるんだよ。裏垢の鍵も外れてるじゃねえか。
It's over. It's fucking over.
やばいやばいやばい。早く消せ消せ消せ消せ。急げ急げ急げ急げ。
It's ridiculously easy to chat those anonymous haters who spread their venom everywhere. All I had to do is release it in a way that leaves no room for doubt about who and where they are. There are those invisible types who don't even care if their real names get out. Invincible types who don't care if their real names get out. But ordinary people living in the general public can't afford to be so careless. Even if their claims have some validity, once their despicable characters is revealed, they'll be ridiculed by everyone in the real world. That's precisely why, when the identity of someone who blew it is revealed, it becomes intimate in itself. Beating a drowning dog is pure bliss for those who share its low character.
もう拡散されちまってる。やべえ、スクショも取られまくりじゃねえか。おい、なんで勝手に投稿が増えてくんだよ。私何もしてねえぞ。やめろやめろ。アダルトグッズの購入履歴なんか晒すな。レビューするんじゃねえよ。これは買っただけだよ。フェミのガキをさらって5の良さを教えてやる。んなことするわけねえだろ。
Oh, so she... Oh, I like that. So this is going to be one of the kidnappers in the... okay, she's one of the kidnappers. Okay. Another thing to keep in mind with this method is to prevent unintended effects from spreading beyond the target. If Anon is affiliated with the Akasha group that keeps making hateful comments, it's unavoidable that the Academy's reputation will suffer. If you start protecting me out of misplaced family loyalty, it'll just needlessly escalate tensions with the feminists, and there'll be a major deviation from my plan. So, if we're going to do it, we need to go all out. Something so messed up that school has no choice but to immediately decide on disciplinary action. Conversely, if they carry out the punishment before criticism spreads, they'll send a message that Anon won't tolerate it. It might even look like we're doing them a favor. Bro, the mere fact that Instructor Honda herself showed up. she herself showed up on the door.
どうしてこんなことに。違うんだ、私じゃない。突入。
手を挙げて床に這いつくばりなさい。まったくどうしてこんなバカな投稿をしたのですか。
教官、違うんです。私じゃない。アカウントを乗っ取られたんです。そうだ、あいつだ。フェミの娘、姫のあかりがやったに違いない。あいつは私を恨んでいるはずだから。
Bro, you would have if you stopped at the whole my account was hacked. You didn't need to go this far. If you went to the Himino Akari thing, it would have been obvious that you would have made it obvious that you were guilty about something.
恨まれるようなことをしているという自白ですか。
とにかく違うんです。私じゃない。
舞浜、言い訳なんてするな。過去の投稿にもこの部屋が映り込んでいるし、授業や訓練への愚痴なんかも貴様の成績と一致している。そもそも開示請求が即日で通っているんだ。貴様のそのスマホから今日の投稿が送信されたとすでに分かっているんだ。
こんな頭のおかしい投稿、わざわざ見バレしてまで自分でやるわけねえだろ。
分かっています。とても疲れているのですよね。今日は午前の授業中から様子がおかしかったと報告を受けています。やけに人目を気にして怯えていたと。
それは私、誰かに監視されていて。
典型的な妄想の症状だな。かわいそうに。今から一緒に病院に行こう。
Oh no 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 no, time to take the pills.
実際診断 AI によると、あなたの投稿には随所に精神病の兆候があるそうですよ。
Oh no no no.
違う、私は正常だ。正常だよな。
Bruh, you trusted the AI.
上級生だからとストレスをかけすぎたでしょうか。訓練メニューを見直す必要もあるかもしれません。
Bro, she just folded so bad. By the next day, everyone in the academy knew that a second-year student had been expelled. Oh, regardless of timeline, she still gets expelled. I feel bad for her, but she's anyway. Rumor has it she went crazy from the stress of an intense training and ended up becoming an anon, flooding SNS with hate speech and crime threats. What the fuck? Apparently, it was well known among some students that the student had been harsh to Himino Akari, and there were whispers among them that she might have received some kind of retaliation. Well, it's just a rumor after all.
実際訴訟とかはされるんだろうな。フェミの連中、ヘイトへの報復はしつけえからな。あいつ人生積んだかも。
そうは言っても自業自得っす。
なぜ私に確認を？少なくとも完全な嘘の追加はしていませんよ。
The look on their faces as I answered while twirling pasta onto my fork. Both of them gave me a wow look for some reason.
でもレンタルやられておかしくなったら結構あっさり退学になっちゃうんですね。
退学になったのはおかしくなった結果のやらかしが原因だろ。
レンタルってお姉ちゃんもじゃないですか。その辺の扱い大丈夫なのかなって。
本来なら立派な労災扱いだ。片桐姉はカウンセリングも受けているから、急いで追い出したい理由でもない限り問題ない。
ならいいんですけど、なんか他にも何人か辞めさせられるって話に載ってるらしいですよね。そっちも理由は精神の衰弱とかみたいですけど。
その何人かっていうの、やらかしたやつと一緒になってある生徒をいじめてたって話で、 自分たちも訴訟されるかもってビビってるらしいな。
へえ、そうなるととある生徒をいじめていた一団が一斉に辞めるってことですか。それはなんだか奇妙な偶然ですね。
そうだな、奇妙な偶然だな。
What if their gazes are focused on me?
お前本当に何やったんだ。
まさかそこまで追い込むなんて。
いえ、それほどでも。
褒めてねえよ。
I was just kidding, but you took it seriously.
でもこれで解決します？そのいじめられてた生徒余計に腫れ物扱いになったりは。
そこは周囲のフォローがあれば良いのでは。
その通りだ。っていうかあんま心配しなくても良さそうだがな。
そうなんですか？
片桐妹は1年だからあんま実感ないだろうが、集団から嫌なやつがいなくなったらむしろせいせいして空気がうまくなるもんだぞ。
確かに1年生の教室も何人か停学になってざわざわしてますけど、みんなちょっと嬉しそうかも。
他人の不幸は蜜の味というわけですか？
この場合はいい意味でなと言いたいところだが、実際はどうだろうな。人間なんて所詮は醜い生き物に過ぎないのかもしれない。
Man, Rin is so cool. Even if that same joy at excluding others is there, I want to believe it was a different kind of thing.
とにかく敵に回しちゃいけない人がいるってことはみんな思い知りましたよね。
なぜこちらを見るのですか？
私も同感だぞ。お前がずっと仲間でいてくれることを願っているよ。
ミク先輩、バネース。
I didn't know what I have no idea what this is meant, but judging by the atmosphere, I seem to be well regarded. I felt like I was being a little scared of, but I guess I won't worry about it too much. They were being a little scared of. Yeah, yeah, because these two are a little scared of what Miku was capable of doing. Or showed what she was capable of doing.
あっけない幕引きでしたね。標的が食堂の醤油差しを舐め回す動画なども生成してみたのですが、使うまでもありませんでした。
What the hell? Why? What the fuck?
フェイク動画ですか？共有の調味料を舐めるとは不衛生で推奨できない行為ですね。
She even made deep fakes. What the fuck?
はい。その不快さが大衆の怒りを煽り、巨額の損害賠償で人生が破綻したという例があるそうです。
By the way, this released around last year, like 2024, around November, if I remember correctly. I think it was. There was like an actual incident in the fucking sushi, not just any sushi, like one of those conveyor belt ones. Yeah, but I think the one that really that I remember specifically was this year. Of course, it's possible that they've been happening for years now in Japan. It's just that they just never went to the Western sphere, the side of the internet outside Japan. So yeah, that sort of thing might have been happening ages ago. But once in a while, some of those gets into the global internet, and people find out that there's some people who just do that shit. But yeah, it's totally plausible that something like that actually did happen before the one that I'm thinking of right now. Anyway, let's continue for now.
実例が醤油を舐めたことで、ええ、醤油を舐めたことで、舐めていたのは世間だったというオチでしょうか。
Were they trying to make a joke? Because they were trying to repeat that and they were... I don't know, man. Sheree rarely says anything insightful, so I couldn't help but widen my eyes in surprise. Yeah, they were trying to make some sort of thing, but obviously I couldn't understand Japanese, so that kind of went somewhere else.
何ですかその反応は。いえ、何でも。冷蔵庫に入る画像なども生成しましたが、こちらも使う機会がありませんでした。とても合成とは思えない精密さなのですが、姉様は時々本当に意味のわからないこだわりを見せますね。フェイク画像の生成など倫理規定に違反する行為です。危機としてそのように見えましたか？ええ、まるで下劣な人間のような感性ですよ。
Civilians of a complete scumbag.
それは失礼しました。いくら擬態とはいえ、あえて見習うべき要素ではありませんでしたね。
But why? Being scolded for being vulgar made me feel just a little bit happy.
ともあれ、そのような追い込み方は感心できません。会心の出来でもフェイク画像は完全消去を推奨します。少し残念ですが仕方がありませんね。もともと最終手段として用意しておいただけのものです。
Following Sheree's suggestion, I deleted the videos and image I prepared just in case, along with their backups to making it irrecoverable. I like how she even had backups for those. I don't regret it much since fake accusations that slander others shouldn't be used in the first place. I think it was because I felt good while making the jerk who bullies my kohai.
それでは標的およびその周辺は片付いたようですので、作戦終了でよろしいでしょうか。はい、優秀な妹のおかげで助かりました。ありがとうございます。大したことはしていません。今回は本当にこうして相談に乗ってくれるだけで大いに助かっています。あなたとの作戦会議は楽しいですから。
Yeah, I really like that Mika is really spending a lot of time with Sheree. I'm pretty sure she's also doing that with during Akari's route, but here, in this route in particular, I think she's enjoying it. But in the probably in Akari's route, they're more like just co-workers or some shit, you know. The relationship is just like random ass co-workers. But here, you know, she's actually enjoying spending time with Sheree. Saying thank you, Sheree made another uncomfortable face.
そうですか。お役に立てたなら何よりです。
But she seemed to understand my intentions, so she didn't bother putting it into words. Maybe Sheree has changed a little too. Maybe because of her experiences. I thought so. But I figured saying it would make her anxious. Considering my own experiences, I decided to keep quiet about it. I should really call it in here.
戻りました。
Okay, how about one more scene? Okay, one more scene.
あ、ミク先輩、お帰りなさい。
When I went back to my room, Katagiri Yui was sitting at his desk, studying.
姫の学生は入浴中ですか？
I don't see her anywhere around. Normally this is when I'd be glued to my desk studying. When she'd be glued to her desk studying or just lazing around in bed.
はい、僕が帰ってきた時にちょうど入れ違いで。
帰って。
I was supposed to start. He was supposed to start seeing a counselor twice a week or so from today.
カウンセリングはどうでしたか？
Oh, at least this time around he's getting counseling.
ええ、もう大丈夫です。この通り。
Saying that, Katagiri Yui struck a silly pose and flexed his muscles. I couldn't help but feel a little absurd when I wonder where to find strength in those slender white arms.
元気なら結構です。
逆に元気なのに病人扱いされてる感じがして、なんだか申し訳ないんですけど。
Katagiri Yui's really smile seems to suggest he's completely back to normal. But the material said the mental state fluctuates like waves. Thinking about what's ahead, I want Katagiri Yui to always be in top shape.
病人扱いされるのは不本意だと思いますが、あまり深刻に考えない方がいいかと。他の隊員よりもカリキュラムが一つ増えたくらいの認識で良いと思います。
カリキュラムというか、ただ先生と座ってお茶飲んでるだけでしたけどね。カウンセリングっていうのを受けるのは初めてなんですが、あんなので本当にいいのかなと不安になるくらいです。
私も経験してみたいですね。
今度一緒に行ってみますか？
ええ、ぜひそうさせてください。
I'm interested in how human mental health care is carried out, specifically the methods used. If I understand that method, then even if he has a PTSD relapse on the battlefield, I can act as his counselor.
あ、そういえばあかりの件ですけど、彼女も今日は顔色が良くなっていたみたいです。
そちらの件についてはもう大丈夫ですよ。
大丈夫ということは、ミク先輩が何かしたんですか？
そうですね。少々手を回しました。
Put it briefly, he nodded with a relieved expression, though still surprised.
なるほど、そんなことが。
ええ、ですので彼女の周辺警戒に気を張る必要はもうないと考えます。
そうですか。退学まで追い込まれるのは少しかわいそうですけど、自業自得ですよね。
そうですね。
I guess there's some room to feel sorry for them, since it's true they were lured into a trap and driven to ruin. But since they themselves enjoyed their sadistic behavior, the phrase "they got what was coming to them" feels appropriate.
でも、これで全部解決なんでしょうか？
Yes, Yui, you are thinking the right question. Because holy fuck, the resolve to not the number one thing that is bothering we know that Akari was only accepting the bullying was only because she didn't want her mom going, like, you know, doing something far worse than what they did just now. But the fundamental issue, I don't think it's taken care of. Especially this isn't Akari's route, so, you know.
というと、
こういうことっていじめる人が入れ替わるだけでずっと続いていくような気がして。
Katagiri Yui's expression looked somehow painful as he said that. Could it be that Katagiri Yui has also experienced being bullied by someone?
そこも多分大丈夫だと思います。
そうなんですか？
はい。今回の件で彼女へのいじめは頭のおかしなものがやっていたことだと印象づけられたはずです。訴訟の噂からは彼女の背後にいるのが誰なのかいやおうなしに認識されるでしょうし、それも一定の抑止力として機能するでしょう。
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the main issue is that Akari still doesn't know how to deal with, you know, she won't be able to deal with bullies herself. She'd end up relying on stuff surrounding her.
ああ、なるほど。手を出しにくくはなりますね。
ええ。多少は腫れ物扱いで肩身の狭い思いをさせてしまう可能性はありますが。
Like Rin says, it's possible that improving the school's morals won't solve everything. I hope morals. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Maybe it's supposed to be. It's possible that improving the school's morale will solve everything, and I hope that too. Even curious gazes continued. I figured it was better than violent sadism.
大丈夫ですよ。私たちが一緒にいますから。
Man, he says the most protagonist thing to say.
あかりが孤立しないように私たちでフォローしてあげられれば、それだけで十分じゃないでしょうか。
そうですね。
For some reasons, his words suddenly make my chest ache. What kind of pain is this? I should be feeling exactly the same thing. So why does it hurt so much to hear from Katagiri Yui? I'm completely lost and confused.
守ってもらえるというのはいいですね。
Maybe it's because of that pain, but words just spill out of my mouth.
ミク先輩？
いいえ、何でもありません。
Being called out by name somehow felt like I was being scolded, so I hurriedly denied it.
すみません。タイはないのです。
いえ、今回のこともそうですけど、ミク先輩はずっと誰かを守っているんですよね。
そういう任務ですから。
Right. It's an order, a mission, and for my own purpose.
疲れましたか？
You're tired? It can be right. If you mean wear and tear due to mental fatigue and moving parts, that might be possible. But when he says, I'm tired, it's not just a physical exhaustion, it's a mental fatigue, the kind humans experience. That concept doesn't exist for me. That's supposed to be it. His words suddenly made my eyes well up.
ミク先輩。
すみません。突然失礼しました。
I quickly wiped away my tears with my sleeve and turned my face away from Katagiri Yui.
いいえ、いいんです。ミク先輩もずっと戦ってばかりじゃ疲れちゃいますよね。それが任務でもたまには休まないと。
そんな。
I tried to deny it, but my words caught in my throat. In that moment, all emotions I've been holding onto and thought I processed came back rushing back like a swirling, trackless torrent.
確かに私はあなたたちをこの日常を守りたくて頑張ってきました。それは孤独な戦いです。誰にも理解されない、共有できない孤独です。
In the midst of this emotional whirlpool, every time I try to keep breathing while drowning, words just spill out.
私には立場があります。任務があります。ですが、その遂行のため、高度な感情表現は本当に必要なのでしょうか？なぜですか？なぜ私だけがこんな思いをしなくてはならないのですか？
And that voice acting.
こんなに苦しいなら物言わぬ機械のままでいたかった。感情のないオートマタでよかった。
I just remembered Akari said something similar in the previous round, man. If you don't stop me, if I don't shut my mouth, the more I think about it, the more words just keep pouring out.
ミク先輩。
And I was completely swallowed up by that torrent, despite my resistance being in vain.
皆さんと過ごす未来のために戦っているのに、努力するのは私だけなのですか？皆さんは自分のことばかりで、私だけが努力するのですか？機械は人類に奉仕するのが当然なのですか？
Okay. I have a feeling what's going to happen next. Remember when I was talking about like a lot of Romeo Tanaka's themes just randomly showing up in this VN? I think we're getting close to communication soon.
ごめんなさいミク先輩。私たちのせいでそんなに苦しませてしまって。ミク先輩が自由にしたいならそうしてくれていいんですよ。
That's not what I mean. It's not that I want to be free. It's that I want to acknowledge how hard I'm trying. I just want you to say thank you instead of sorry. Why can't you understand? The moment I thought that, my body moved on its own.
ミク先輩？
そうじゃないんです。そうじゃ。分かっていないなら分かってもらうしかありません。
動けない。
Unable to resist, I restrain Katagiri Yui's body as I fall onto him, reaching for his clothes.
ミク先輩やめてください。
Bruh, are you going to... Dude? I need you to chill out. Miku, I want you to chill out.
いいえ、ダメです。あなたの言う通り、私の自由にさせてもらいます。私の努力も、思いも、すべて、全部分かってもらえるまで、許しません。
Tears drip down my cheeks, pattering softly. When those tears fall onto Katagiri Yui's cheek, the resistance in his body vanishes.
わかりました。それでミク先輩の気が済むなら自由にしてください。
Oh man, I feel like you could tell he's just like he's forcing himself to just accept whatever the fuck Miku's about to do, man. It doesn't come from a place of mutual. Damn, man. Fuck, we're gonna have our first HC, man. Was it worth it to stay this long? Oh, shit, man. I'm going to end recording here. We're gonna start with something interesting. And, we'll start with something cool, something interesting tomorrow. Well, I'll cut it out, whatever that is, but like, all I can say though is just like, this is still messed up, man. This is still messed up, man. Whatever. Fuck it. I'm just gonna go to sleep. Alright. What's the music for tonight? Alright, I have an idea. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload. Ciao.